Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Yes, good morning and welcome to the Empire State of New York. We're here for the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, next to last event of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's the scenes from the takeoff. A little earlier today, it's the city of Plattsburgh, New York, as 102 anglers get ready to go on day 2 of our competition, which did start on Thursday. This day was supposed to happen yesterday. It got weathered out, but we're having day 2 today. We're going to get 4 days in if there's any way possible. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona and Z. We had some record-smashing performances at the top of our leaderboard yesterday, and you predicted a bit of a different landscape today.
Yeah, and really the thing to really keep your eye on today, Tommy Sanders, a lot of cloud cover, and as we look at Lake Champlain, about 125 miles of water. The one thing about this place, it is not one of the best fisheries in the state of New York. It is one of the best fisheries in the United States. A mix of largemouth and smallmouth. Well, you would not know there's a largemouth swimming in here because it was a smallmouth beatdown on day number 1. We had very high skies, growing winds throughout the day, but that did not really affect any of the catches at the top of your leaderboard. But look for who can adjust with all of these clouds. Smallmouth being sight feeders will be a different day today.
Yeah, record number of 20-pound bags at the top of our leaderboard, led by the man from Missouri, Cody Huff.
Good morning, guys. It's day 2 here at Champlain. We're going out in the lead. Day 1, we had an awesome day. We went out and, everything went just as planned. That doesn't ever happen in this game, but day 1, it went just like it was supposed to. We went out and, by 10 o'clock, we probably had all of our weight. And we're around a lot of fish. They're just moving a lot. So it's going to be a lot of fun today. I'm hoping to go out there and have a really good day. Yesterday we had a rain delay, had some really bad wind, and so we set the day out yesterday, but my wife and little one are here with me, so we just relaxed and had a good time. But now it's game time. We're ready to get back after it. We'll see what day 2 holds.
All right, day 2, here we go. Cloudy day today, which is a lot different than the conditions we had in practice. It was sunny on day 1 as well. So we'll see what happens. The wind's gonna blow a little bit, but it's not gonna be too bad. I'm supposed to get up to like 10 or 12 or something. That's gonna make things a little bit challenging, but we need to throw in front of the right 5 smallmouth and hopefully they bite.
A couple of dangerous characters there. Jay Shakurit and Cody Huff topping our leaderboard after day number 1. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, here with Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, and of course, Mark Zona with us today. And Z, we have got a leaderboard that's the top 10 separated by 2 pounds and the top 50 separated by 5 pounds. That is a volatile situation there.
It is really the one thing that really keep your eye on early this morning, Tommy, is you talk about how tight the weights are. Really, the other story in this tournament is how close together a lot of those leaders are fishing in this tournament. And really kind of look for 2 things this morning. Number 1 is some of those leaders, can they break away from the packs of boats? It's really going on, at least a lot of these big catches in one region of Lake Champlain. Strange how that always happens on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And the other thing is, with the cloud cover that we have and high water, this region has got a massive amount of rain in the last 60 days. Will one of your leaders pull the plug and go largemouth fishing today and kind of scrap the numbers game and a lot of the quality we've seen with smallmouth yet to be seen? But look for, I think one of your leaders in the top 10 might do that early today. Will be interesting to watch.
Yes, it's all going to unfold here right before us. And Ronnie Moore, you pointed out something right before we came on the air that shocked me. The number of 20-pound bags posted yesterday beats the cumulative for the previous 4 Bassmaster events here.
Yeah. This is the 6th Bassmaster Elite Series event we've had at Lake Champlain. The previous 5 had 19 20-pound bags after day 1 combined. We had 17 after day 1 this week. 18 pounds barely gets you a handshake. You're in the top 50 by the Bubble Boy standards if you have 18 even. So you can't slip up at Lake Champlain. Yes, you can make up some weight, get a 22, 23-pound bag, but you really can't be far behind the top 50 if you want to jump up and make it. You got to catch them every single day, just like we saw at Lake St. Clair. 18, 19 pounds for the cut line. It'll probably be 20 next week. Smallmouth just keep putting them out.
Absolutely. And Such, we got, at this point of the season, we got people who are desperate to get somewhere and others desperate to hang on to what they got. What
well,
did
the
you
race
see?
is Brandon Cobb could fall down further. He gained a bunch of lead yesterday, about 27-point lead right now, but he could fall down. He's 33rd. But then we got some of our perennial classic contenders, Steve Kennedy, who fell outside the classic cut from 21st. Mike Iaconelli, same thing. Seth Fighter, even our classic champ, Jeff Gustafson, has fallen outside our classic cut, which is currently 41th place in the Angler of the Year standings.
All right, well, let's take a look at our playing field. It is a magnificent one. If you know anything about fishing, bass fishing in general, especially New York, this is a place that people put on their calendars with a big star on it.
No doubt about it. Tommy Sanders looking at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. We're going to start on the southern end. Very popular area in years past called Ticonderoga. Not that popular this time around as we kind of sweep up north, about 125 miles long. And really the beat down this week is from, you say, Burlington, Vermont right there, and our takeoff on the west side of New York, Plattsburgh. Great takeoff site right there, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Most of your catches are really, you see that little circle in the middle of your screen known as the gut, which divides New York and the Vermont side of Lake Champlain, area known as the Inland Sea. A lot of deeper structure for your smallmouth, a lot of forage in there. Well, your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake is going to be focused on that area of Lake Champlain known as the Inland Sea. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Absolutely. Boy, expectations, as expected, were big for this place, and they were played out yesterday. Some great catches are coming across. Manny Wong of Hawaii there with a good one. Rookie Bryant Smith having a terrific season. The man from California, a great day number one for him.
No doubt about it. Justin Atkins, pretty much every time we go to a smallmouth body of water, he tends to shine, sitting with 22 pounds and 6 ounces. Your Rookie of the Year defender right there, Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin, making a push on that Angler of the Year title.
From Ohio, Great Lakes angler Alex Redwine really having his best day ever on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and certainly a player coming around. But the man from Missouri, Ava, Missouri's Cody Huff, big college star, now in his second year with the Elites, and he is fulfilling a lot of his promise at this event as well. Now, we talked about why yesterday was canceled. That's why right there. A lot of wind coming from the wrong direction, from a system offshore. Also, a big system of storms bearing down from the west. It was not the perfect combination, Mark Zoner.
No, it wasn't. It really started midday on Thursday, and this lake runs north and south. And two directions you don't want is a wind out of the north or the south. And we had a straight south wind yesterday morning, gassing to about 30 miles per hour, postponing competition here to Saturday. And the winds lightening up a little bit. They're going to be out of the west today. So anglers going to be able to get to their areas and most of all, fish them accurately. A lot of anglers in this tournament using their forward-facing sonar, something we're probably going to get a big look at today, tomorrow, and next week at the St. Lawrence River. But weather lightening up a little bit here on Saturday.
Absolutely. Different picture today from yesterday, and different from day one, as was pointed out earlier as well. We had a lot of sunshine on day one, low deck of clouds today, so we'll see what changes that brings about as we get out on the water.
Taking a look at that map right there, we're going to get out with Jay Shakurit. And there are, those are a lot of your leaders right there, but these areas have a lot more pressure in them today. Jay Shakurit live.
It is a giant. God, I can't get him over this side. Yes, sir, baby. That fish has a big old mouth on it. It's like a large mouth. Look at that. Look at that sucker. He ain't like the 5'4" I caught yesterday, but he's pretty nice. Oh shoot. I'll just put it in here for now. Weighed him up later, but he's definitely over 4 pounds. God, yeah, right?
Wow, Jay Shakurit, man, a dangerous character for sure for the rest of this season. Set the record for smallmouth catches with the Elite Series last year at St. Lawrence, which is our next and last stop of the year as we map over to Koya Fujita.
Yeah, Koya Fujita having a great day one of this tournament. Fishing area between two islands, a lot of current and a lot of bait in this area this time of year. Really, it's a 25 to call it 55 foot of water tapering flat. Most of these smallmouth, all these anglers, at least your leaders, are chasing wolf packs of smallmouth, trying to run down small 1.5-inch alewife this time of year. You'll see them from packs of 2 or 3 fish all the way up to talking to some of your leaders that thought there were schools of hundreds of smallmouth.
Skinny.
Good one right there for Fujita. And it's all kind of, you know, talk about how the cloud covers
Yeah.
gonna affect the smallmouth. There,
I need 4-pounder. Yeah. But so.
if you really go off of years past, Tommy, in the inland sea, especially the month of August, you talk about how much pressure is that's on these schools of smallmouth. A lot of these areas and schools are just so big, they reload every single day. And if you go off of Opens and other Elite Series tournaments in years past, it's eerily similar to what we got to see on St. Clair a couple of weeks ago. The lake does stand up to the pressure that it sees throughout a tournament.
Fujita, rookie sensation, to be sure, knocked out a second-place finish in his second event ever with the Bassmaster Elite. So a bit of a mystery man in terms of his techniques and whatnot.
I would agree with that. I don't think we're going to find out what he's throwing, but the good thing is I do know that area, so I can describe what he's fishing, not what he's throwing. Most of the fish, really the depth number that we heard a lot on day number one was 30 out to about 55 feet of water, but a lot of these fish suspended about 10 feet off of the bottom.
Yes, sir. Yeah. 4-pounder. Yes. And the 5 fish. 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 5 limit. Yeah, big fish. Ooh.
He's taking over the lead.
Yeah, and there's about
2.5.
10 other anglers watching the Koya Fujita show this morning around it.
21-5 yesterday, and Koya saying, hey, no problem. I could do that again today. Big opening salvo from the man, from the rookie from Japan, Koya Fujita. Carl Jacobson of Australia. We got an international top of our leaderboard for sure, and Jay Shakura right there solidly in third place. Brandon Lester moving into our top 10 along with Wes Logan, and we're just getting started. Day 2 of fishing on Champlain.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Bassmaster Elite Series live coverage from New York. We are dead in the middle of our northern swing, the last 3 tournaments of the year. For the series, Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. And one of the big parts of the drama during the course of the season, all season long, is Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the top award for consistency. And right at the top is Brandon Cobb, who came here with a 1-point lead. He's now extended that to 27 points as we stand right now. Jay Shakura is another big part of that drama. He has moved up. We just saw him in action getting the job done. So a lot of movement on that leaderboard, and there will continue to be during the course of the year, of the rest of our year here. And Such, why don't you fill us in on the payoff for these?
The winner gets $100,000, the same as the tournament, and knocks down to $35,000 for second place. It was a pretty good chunk of change to get a nice check at the end of the year. And 30, 26 goes down a couple thousand, and 11 through 30 gets your $10,000, what you usually get for a cut in an elite event, and then final guys get $5,000. But we also got $10,000 to the Rookie of the Year. The Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year gets $10,000, and the Big Bass of the Year gets $10,000 from.
All right. It's like a little
Phoenix
extra
Boats.
tournament, a little bonus tournament for whoever's done well throughout the year there in terms of payouts as we get back out on the lake. From neighboring New Jersey, Greg DePalma, who has a pretty good record here.
That just turned off from it. Doesn't finally ate it. It's a good one.
You see De Palma a little bit off the beaten path. You see that little island to the left side of your screen. That's where that pack of about 20 boats are at this morning. De Palma a little bit off to himself, fishing about 30 to 40 feet of water. A lot of his bass suspended 10 to 15 feet under the surface. You know, you ask yourself, Tommy, looking at the tournament we had at Lake St. Clair, where the majority of the field was fishing around each other. You're seeing that again here on Lake Champlain. The thing is, this time of year, so much different from the month of July, the smallmouth getting done spawning. They're more scattered out. You get to the month of August, these massive schools are way more condensed in smaller areas. Way more grouped up. That's why you see a lot of anglers around each other in the month of August compared to 30 days prior.
It's a start.
Pretty good start.
Not too bad. I'm definitely seeing them, man. They're just like, they're not committing. They're acting really shy right now.
Greg in his 5th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Finished 5th at a big open here back in 2018.
Big down inside his throat. Definitely eating. Three and a half. Come on.
One of those anglers that really thrives in the tidal aspect and also the big Great Lakes northern fisheries. So 2 vastly different approaches to it, as Alex Redwine's hooked up.
Another Great Lakes angler for sure, Blue Ash, Ohio.
It's the one we're after. There's like 7 of them. Took
actually fished here as a co-angler.
Really?
As a non-boater back in 2018. That was his first trip to Lake Champlain.
Let's not be stupid.
Fair to say the cloud cover has not affected the smallmouth bite so far this morning.
It hasn't just ruined things, has it?
Come on. He's trying to.
You kind of look at that area where red wine's at, Koya Fujita, Matty
one that's
Wong.
following him with it too.
It's slow tapering
that's
flat,
cool.
has a deep gut in it, gets down to 45,
Triggered, but let's try to get
50
this
feet of
thing in.
water. And there's just little isolated veins of rock out there, Tommy, surrounded by sand. And those smallmouth will basically just hunt all day throughout there for alewife.
Let's not be stupid.
Caleb Summerall making a move. He was 37th. He just landed a 4.5 pounder to get our biggest bag of the day so far at 18 pounds, 10 ounces, up to second place.
He's got some good history here as well, man.
Yes, sir.
Southwest Louisiana.
There we go. Not a bad little start. What do you guys think? Little tubby tub.
Another familiar
all
name
right.
jumped into our top 10. Joey Cifuentes in
Little
5th.
4.5 to start
He
the
was only
morning.
14th to start the day.
Look at that freaking belly on it. Not too bad, not too bad.
Almost 23 pounds for red wine yesterday. Back on him today, it would seem.
After a great Lake St. Clair, he needed 3 great smallmouth events to stay requalified for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he has gotten 1.5 great ones so far.
There's that area you described to us, Z, with red wine, Fujita, the rest of them.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of locals. Lucarelli family fished this lake so many times, won an open here, and that area, one of the most popular areas of not just the inland sea, but all of Lake Champlain throughout the last 2 to 3 decades. And the number one thing about that area, great area as far as structure, but the main key, there has to be bait. About 30 days ago, you may not have caught a bass here.
I don't think he's got a belly, but he's long. Stay down, don't do that. Just peeling the drag. Don't jump again, don't jump again. I'm probably gonna get back there.
Also of note, quite a few anglers in there today that weren't really there on day one, getting some of that hot apple pie in the inland sea.
We've seen that a couple of times before.
I got to see that 2 weeks ago up in Detroit.
What we want him for now. So long. If he had a belly, he'd probably weigh like. Good morning, FS1. What's up, guys? Hey, Mr. Smallmouth.
Yep. Kind of going on out there. Alex Red Wine. Qualified through the Northern Opens about 2 years ago.
One of the youngest ever to do so. I think he was below 20 when he qualified. 19 years and change.
24 years old now. Heady stuff for a 24-year-old. Good going this week. He needed it too, as we've mentioned. He is fulfilling.
Yes.
Koya Fujita, man on top though. For here, pretty good lead as it stands right now. But Caleb Summerall streaking right up to the top, right under the #1 spot. Carl Jochimson, There's Alex Joey Cifuentes, as Such mentioned, 2 times already a winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot to take in today on Champlain. Whoa! Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, is coming to the biggest season opener college football has seen in years as his Colorado Buffaloes face 17th-ranked TCU. Big noon Saturday on Fox. Starts on September 2nd. Man, oh man, that's not a cupcake opener for Coach Prime there. Horned Frog's pretty salty.
That was a guy in a Buffalo right there. The whole crew. Big noon Saturday. Urban Meyer, Matt Leinart, Reggie. Who wouldn't want to go out with that group at night after big noon kickoff?
That's some fun. I wish it was already here. It's September 2nd.
Amen. Love that group.
Dakota Lithium, Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. This is the next to last event of our 9-season schedule for 2023. Coming up, it will be decided the Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. That's where it stands right now. Joey Cifuentes with 2 victories as a rookie this year is on top. He only achieved that top spot, though, this week. It's taken some work because look at the competition. Koya Fujita having a great tournament here as well. Bryant Smith, great rookie from California. Canadian Cooper Gallant and Will Davis Jr. also a winner in his first year. Take a look at that rookie payout. Got a good little incentive there to do well as a rookie, 10 grand.
Well, you guarantee that if whoever wins Rookie of the Year, they're going to probably be the second most paid person other than AOY because you have to be in the top 5 or 6 for the AOY if you want to win Rookie of the Year.
Let's get back out on Lake Champlain here. There is Brian Smith. He's from Roseville, California, and I said he was a Sacramento Delta, Folsom Lake. He said, I'm a Clear Lake and Shasta guy. Yeah, make no mistake. So.
Yeah, definitely fishing lakes like Shasta or a lot of those fish suspend, bait chasers. Brian Smith, not a lot of experience here, about 3 days experience, in fact.
Golly. Let's party. No, stop that. Oh my God. Oh, here we go, boys. Just come in, please. Please just come in. A couple left. Oh my God. We'll do it in a second. We'll just see if we can catch another one. Because they're still sitting right under the boat. Oh my God, that's what you want right there. Oh my God. See that bait? She saw it. She just came straight up to that little baby Z2. Like, that looks like a little snack. How about that? Huh? That was 4. Yeah, that's one we can keep. A 4-pounder and a 2-pounder.
Brian Smith, man on a mission here at Plattsburgh and Lake Champlain, and obviously all year long, one of our great rookies. Of course, I remind you, this is only day 2 of this tournament. Yesterday was postponed to today because of weather. Let's get an outlook on our weather for today and through the rest of this tournament. Let's turn to Fox weather. Amy Freeze standing by.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Amy Freeze, and this is the Bassmaster Elite forecast with weather on Lake St. Champlain and Plattsburgh, New York. Looks pretty decent this weekend. Today, muggy, a slight chance of showers. Afternoon high is 66. A light breeze as well with 10-mile-an-hour winds expected. Lake temperatures are going to be in the 70s all weekend, but tomorrow it's sunny with temperatures peaking at 83 in the afternoon. Good luck all weekend. And remember, you can download the Fox Weather app. It's always free. Plus, the Fox Weather stream is happening now on your favorite connected TV device.
Thank you, Amy Freeze. Boy, the Fox Weather folks, I was watching them this morning, get their hands full this week. Big hurricane coming into California. So, man, they are busy. Out to Patrick Walters. Patrick Walters, who arrived at the Elite Series with so many gifts and so many talents, and he said he had to be better at this kind of fishing, and he has gotten better at it, for sure.
No doubt about it. Patrick Walters, one of the best largemouth fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series, said he didn't look at him at all throughout practice. Staring at smallmouth all tournament long. And one of the anglers that's really concentrating on the grass edges of the inland sea from 20 to 40 feet of water.
Search his bait right here, at least. We're getting a lot of interest on that jerk bait, though. Ooh, easy. Come back with you. He's not that big, but he's a keeper.
Got to talk to Amy Freeze before this tournament. She thought Ticonderoga was going to be a way bigger player, Tommy, with the high water conditions and a lot of local tournaments being dominated. Not one angler has made the run down there.
We've been drawn in that way as well in the past, just like she was apparently.
There we go. A little 2-pounder.
Patrick Walters roughly started the week 50 points and change back from the Angler of the Year lead with a good event here. He could cut it to 20-something maybe and
little guy.
be within range next week. So probably 4 or 5 guys within range of AOI.
And a lot of the activity I'm seeing is not visible by, like, you got a blind cast and they show themselves, which might be to our advantage for right now because everybody's out scoping and everybody's catching them too. But the big ones are up in that grass, which they've been out deep. So if we can get them suckers dialed in, if we can get them to commit to that jerkbait, we'll be quite all right.
21.5 pounds of great positioning on day one for Patrick Walters.
Ooh, I bet you they'll smoke a spy bait.
Talking about some of the baits, you heard Bryant Smith, Jay Shakurit, Strike King Baby Z2, very small shad style baits, whether they're on a jig head or a drop shot. Really 2-inch long bait forage is what a lot of these smallmouth have been after in the inland sea.
Oh, he actually does have a little gut on him. Huh. He doesn't feel like he weighs much, though. Oh, not bad. 3 3/4. Actually, almost a 4, but I guess, yeah. That is actually a pretty good one. Nice.
Nice job.
Nice.
Jay Shakurit, very reserved last year. This week, he seems, man, he is smiling a lot this week. He likes being here. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, and he has definitely put himself. That is actually off the side of Shakurit's boat. See Austin Felix from Minnesota. And Jay Shakurit has really put himself in a serious position after winning Rookie of the Year last year. You see one little slip up with Brandon Cobb going to the St. Lawrence River where Jay Shakurit caught over 100 pounds of smallmouth. He is going to be a big problem next week.
Austin Felix, everyone pretty
These
much
babies are
predicted
just
him to
sleeping
do
in this
well
morning,
here.
I
This is
think.
his kind of stuff.
Yeah, pretty much a spotless resume here. Seems like he's always in the top 10. He gave a good tip to Brian Schmidt, one of his roommates, last time we were here in 2021. That's when Schmidt went and caught those 2 smallmouth off of the buoys, able to win that event and seal the deal.
Yeah. Walters again.
He's got a decent. God almighty. That don't get you fired up. Get you fired up and nervous at the same time. Just gotta get him fired up. We just gotta get him fired up. Hey, we should have blasted off at 9. These babies are lazy. They're little lazy babies. Look at that. Oh my God, it's just a pile of brown sugar. Golly, I done missed like 7 at least. That one was way bigger that was at the boat. And it looks crazy, but it's just, they're gonna bite the jerk bait. Let's get you down in there. Good girl. They're gonna bite that. Talk about everyday changing with conditions. I just hope they bite this thing. They have not, I'm telling you, they have not touched this bait. First one I caught all week on it. But when I saw that they were chilling in that grass like that, everybody's out there probably got like 20 pounds already, but we're at least gonna have fun today. That's all that matters, right? If they bite the plug, let's go.
He is absolutely feeling it. No doubt there's an energy drink inside him right now. Patrick Walters,
up and going.
ready for action. Hot mess, Tommy Sanders.
Yes, that's he's liking what he's seeing. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about Fujita, our rookie. What a great performance throughout this year, and look at him today on top of our leaderboard. Caleb Sumrall of Louisiana, Carl Jocumson of Australia, Alex Redwine, Wes Logan, the Alabaman, making his way into the top 5. A big, big day 2 for him. Jay Shakurik, Bryant Smith, another rookie doing quite well, along with Joey Cifuentes, our rookie leader. We'll be right back.
All right, so my name is Jay Shakurit. I fish the Bassmaster Elite Series. Today we're on Lake Champlain. I just finished up day number 1, had a really good day on the water, caught a big bag of smallmouth. All my smallmouth came on technique either called moping or people call it the Demiki rig. This here is a baby Z2. I threw it in a variety of different colors today. It was the main key for all my fish catches today. You know, throwing at either single isolated smallmouth or groups of smallmouth. They get really curious when it's sitting over the top of their head. They have to come check it out and they either eat it or go back down to the bottom. So it works, that's all I can say, and hopefully it's gonna work for day number 2 here on Lake Champlain.
Jay Shakurit, last year's Rookie of the Year and top pursuer to our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb, as it stands right now. This is day 2 fishing. We had to move day 2 from Friday to today because of weather yesterday in the Lake Champlain area. But we are getting through it. 102 anglers gunning for only 50 spots in tomorrow's semifinal Sunday. Back out to Patrick Walters.
Update, Brandon Cobb has caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 17th place, so he's not letting people get too far away.
Yeah, I was going to say that, Such, is that we talk about if Cobb slips, but he's really only slipped 2 days this season, and that was at the Sabine River. Every other day has been perfect for him so far. So another good day here making the cut. He'll be safe for another day at least.
Patrick Walters a lot closer to that hard line of grass, a lot of milfoil, cabbage mixed in that area. And generally where your contours run tight against that grass, where that 25 to 30 feet of water cuts into that grass, the deepest section of water against that vegetation seems to be where a lot of these wolf packs have been for guys like Walters and Justin Atkins.
Getting somewhere. The biggest one missed it and he come and got it. I can't believe they're eating a freaking jerkbait today. Oh my God. These fish were like, we're gonna just sleep in this morning. We're gonna chill. Like, damn, we didn't do anything for 45 minutes probably. It's like, are we gonna catch a bass today? 3. Little guy, but we're getting there. Skinny. I can leave those polos. First drop. Feels like a little one. It is not a little one. Come here, baby. Woo. Come here. Oh. Ha. Fine. Now we're started. Now we gotta start.
Tommy, you find this interesting. Your leader from day one, Cody Huff, really good with his forward-facing sonar, actually made the comment, you'll like this. Kind of lives with that forward-facing sonar, as many anglers do on the Elite Series. Said, man, I just can't go down the bank and throw shallow anymore. That's a very telling statement.
I saw
very.
that. That's yeah, that tells us a lot.
Yeah.
Cody, big-time college star at Bethel University, fished his way to the Bassmaster Classic as a college.
By fishing down the bank, which is
fishing down the bank.
So he can do both, but he chooses to do this.
Boy, that screenshot told the entire story of a pod of bait with a wolf pack about 4 or 5 smallmouth blasting through the bait.
Throw him in there for a minute. No, we won't. Come on, girls.
Basically, for our viewers here on FS1 that don't understand what forward-facing sonar does, these anglers are able to shoot a transducer off their trolling motor from 90 to 120 feet out.
Gosh, dang it. I got a little bass and a big smallmouth is coming. Little smallmouth.
The only connection you could kind of relate it to is if you're shining for deer in the dark in a field, that is what that depth finder is doing, right? You got to make sure you do that legally in states if you're going to shine for deer.
And it's certainly changed the landscape of the way these competitions are going down these days.
I know you love it, Tommy. I do.
Mr. Technology, that's me.
Oh, yeah. Come on, stop it.
And here's what's strange about this tournament. In the state of New York, when you get a lake that swells, this lake is 3 feet high with the most premium conditions today to largemouth fish. That's what forward-facing sonar has done.
There you go.
It's making an angler so accurate to catch 3.5 to 4.5 pound fish offshore. You just don't see many people largemouth fishing or even practicing for them at all anymore.
Greg DePalma looking for fish number 4 here. He's got it on. Looking to land fish number 4.
This one will not stop jumping. Stop it. Come here. Come here, fat son. Come here, no. Gotcha. Dang it. Or fat, that's for sure.
That one should get him possibly into the top 4, top 3 maybe.
Caleb Summerall just called to the biggest bag of the day. 19 and a quarter. Trying to stay in that top 10.
4-pounder will move him into 3rd place.
Oh, yeah.
Matty Wong, big day yesterday, 21 plus. 21-10, as a matter of fact. Still looking for his first keeper today.
Not a big one, but hopefully we can get our day started here. So many boats around, so many new faces that we did not see yesterday or the other day. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a mess. Okay. All right. We're not gonna blank, guys. We're not gonna blank. We're gonna get one in the box, though. That's what we're gonna do. Beautiful number 1. We won't put cold tags on them yet, but we'll just start there, and then we'll slowly build and slowly build. And that's all you can do is just, baby steps. You gotta crawl before you can walk, and you gotta get one fish in the boat before you get a limit. So, man, it's crazy because you get the transducers pinging everywhere. I think all these fish have definitely been pressured a lot, and the conditions have changed dramatically. So, let's get another one, shall we? All right.
Brandon Cobb just caught his limit fish, but he probably doesn't want to keep 3 of those 1 and a quarter pounders.
And Matty Wong, whose best finish this year, is in a very different place. 3rd place at the Sabine River, doing well here. Trying to hang in. He'll get his day ignited anyway to have a day like yesterday. But boy, having a day like yesterday is Koya Fujita, maybe better than yesterday. The quickest start of any of our anglers, and Caleb Summerall, the biggest limit today of any of our anglers. So it's turned to a bit of a catch fest out there. We'll be back with some more in just a minute.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Saturday morning to you. Great to have you with us here for our live coverage, continuing live coverage of this 8th event of the year, the Bassmaster Elite Series, Plattsburgh, New York, and Lake Champlain. This is moving day. Got to make it into the top 50, and Such has been laboring in the Bassmaster Trivia Library, so you're ready to roll out some trivia, Such. Lay it on us.
Oh yeah, okay. How many elites, this is active current elites, have earned more than $1 million with Bass? Of our 102 guys,
12, 16, 20, or 24 are the options you get. We're going to ask and answer right now, right?
Yeah, I'll do it. Z?
I'll go.
Ronnie's going to go.
B16.
Okay. Z?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go with C20.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to agree with 22 on that. 20 also, I should say.
You are correct.
No, boy. Woo.
Seth Fighter at the Classic. Yeah. Seth Fighter, speaking of which, has moved into the top 20.
Look at the overall list. This is current.
Wow. Hackney, Ike, Clun, Swindle, all iconic anglers. Kennedy as well.
You got over.
Got a Paul and
2 million
Christie set
Lele.
to bump into that 2 million.
Yep.
Should they win this or the next one, they'll go in the 2 million class there.
Cruz, Lowen, some of the original Elite Series guys. Got some guys that you may not know about there. It's good to see David Fritz on that list as well.
If several guys really close to $1 million this year, they could do it. Clifford Purse, Jacob Porosnik, maybe Drew Benton. Need some big doings, though.
Let's get out to the rookie, Koya Fujita. Rookies have already taken more than a third of the blue trophies this year. He'd like to get in on some of that.
And he's got 3 top 7s to his resume this year, where he could have won any of those 3 events as well.
Tommy, you talked about it, Koya Fujita, obviously being a little bit of a mystery man on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, I can tell you, for his first year really fishing these lakes, he might be a mystery, but we're going to end up covering him for the next, I'd go 35 to 40 years.
I think you're right. He's impressive.
So, see, I called Sago last night, and he says Fujita doesn't even allow him to shoot any of his baits at all.
No, I tried to get some info at the Lake St. Clair Bassmaster Elite Series, and I got approximately nowhere with him in about a 3-minute conversation. In fact, it got a little tense at one time.
That's why he's the last guy to launch his boat.
He has been a phenomenon to watch this year, absolutely. Let's make him our Mercury move of the day, huh?
We're going to do that, Tommy. 5 big ones in 15 minutes early this morning with a lot of room to grow. I've got a feeling you're not going to see one of those first 3 fish between 745 and 754. 3-pounders in Fujita's live well. Tends to go a little bit light on his weight, too, throughout the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and getting it done in the area of the Inland Sea with a lot of pressure. And that's the one thing that we have seen with Koya Fujita when he is in an area with other anglers. When those fish start to see pressure, seen a lot of that. Listen to Koya Fujita on lakes that he grew up on in Japan. A lot of pressure, a lot of finesse techniques. Mercury move of the day, rookie Koya Fujita.
11th in Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year stats to start this day. 2nd place in Rookie of the Year standings to start this day to Joey Cifuentes.
If you think about that, Tommy, that's with a 100th place finish for Fujita. If he gets a 50th instead and he has 50 points higher, he is tied with Cobb for AOY, basically.
Not drum. Not a drum. Not a drum. Not a drum. Get it out. Get it out of your system. I want you on this side. I want you on this side. Please. Please. There's so much there. Oh my God.
And you see a jighead minnow like Brian Smith and Jay Shakurit and Koya Fujita. A lot of these, traditionally throughout the years in these areas, we would see guys drop shotting, a lot of Carolina rigs on Lake Champlain, but these fish are so high in the water column. Bait like we saw Gus use at the Classic, Loudon and Teleco this year, way more accurate for those suspenders that are on bait pods.
Another 4-pounder. 4. We'll give it 4.3. That feels nice. I like that. We should do that again. There's just 2 fish sitting out there just swimming around. You just gotta put that active target on them, chase them around a bit, and once you can drop that little Strike King Baby Z2 on them, they eat it. Just gotta get them in the mood, you know? You want them moving, you want them swimming around a little bit, and there needs to be at least 2. Just like these ones, right here. This is the other 2 that were with that one.
Make no bones about it, Tommy. Brian Smith came in as a rookie. There's a lot of great rookies in our class, but he had a lot of pedigree and a lot of people complimenting him on his way up to the
you're ready
Elite
to
Series,
come in already,
that he
huh?
was going to be one weed factor, even if he'd never been up north, you know, traditionally like we go every year.
It's funny, as good as he is at these deep suspended fish, he's got a South Carolina element to his. He qualified through the Southern Opens in a second place
Yep, at Hartwell.
And plus this year, a 7th and a 12th in South Carolina on the Elite Series.
In my live well, that's so toasty. Oh my gosh, come on. All right, so it's official. They like it, the Hazadong today. I'm gonna put a cold tag on you. Actually, you know what? Let's get a limit first, guys. Let's do that. Maybe they want something brighter. Oh, okay, 2 fish. 2 fish. Slowly but surely, baby. Slowly but surely.
Patrick Walters.
And Tommy, it's fair to say Amy Freeze, giving us the weather today, did not tell us it's the unofficial first day of fall here, because it's not going to get above 65 to 68 degrees all day long.
Actually, that sounds
A
very
little
good.
bit better tomorrow. Yeah.
We woke up at 5 a.m. to a excessive heat warning for the next week, Tommy, here in Little Rock.
Oh my God, barely got it. I was gonna flip him and then that hook came out. Little guy. This is 4, right? Yep. We got 4. One away from the limit. I left my phone out.
Patrick Walters almost perennially up there in the Angler of the Year stats, but he's on a run now. He's made it all the way into the top 4 in Progressive Angler of the Year statistics as it stands right now. Koya Fujita, though, the rookie, still on top there. Caleb Summerall, second place. Jay Shakurit, look at him. He's moving up that leaderboard slowly but surely. To surprise absolutely nobody, Hamner, Jacobson, Cifuentes rounding out our top 6, and plenty more to come on Moving Day. A VMC on point for this morning from Lake Champlain is, we'll talk about the gold standard, 4-pounders. Mark Zona told us this from the get-go on day number 1. 4-pounders were what you need. That's the holy grail here, Z.
Yeah, and really, it's I think the more staggering stat really on Lake Champlain was to see how many 3 to 4-pound bass that we got to see on camera on day 1 of this tournament back on Thursday. Obviously, you don't want to weigh in one between 3 and 4 pounds, but looking at what Fujita and so many other anglers, obviously the region of the lake right now, the inland sea of Lake Champlain, a big player. Looking at your leaders, and there is really 70% of our field pretty much is fishing in the inland sea right now. See a lot of those leaders: Fujita, Patrick Walters, Matty Wong, Alex Redwine, and there's about another 15 boats within a quarter-mile stretch out to Koya Fujita right now, the inland sea.
Took over the lead about 45 minutes ago and showing no sign of stopping. Hooked up again.
Yes, sir. Whoa, 4-pounder. Yes. Yeah. Oh, 4.5. Yes.
Good pound-and-a-half cull. Get them right underneath, under 20 pounds for the day.
That's it. That's the one you want.
That is absolutely the one you want right there, Tommy Sanders. Big day one. Obviously, you knew Kiyoya Fujita was going to be a big problem in this tournament. He has proven that early this morning. Day two, a postponed day here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, getting it done with a lot of pressure around him. And I think it's fair to say you nailed it. He is. Kiyoya Fujita is the mystery man on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But not only that, Tommy Sanders with a big morning here, Saturday morning. Kiyoya Fujita so far today, the power pole replay of the day, my friend.
Is he bound to be our 4th rookie winner of the year? It's a long way to go till we get to the final day. That'll be Championship Monday when that gets decided. But Fujita putting on a show out there today. Maps out to Jay Shakura, another angler having a great day today. And it's funny, you talk about that 4-pound baseline, Z, but the window's small. Once you get up to 5, they rarely get bigger than that.
You know what? It's funny. There was an article with David Brown on Bassmaster.com about there not being gobies in here, which we see on the Great Lakes. It's amazing that there's not in here because it's connected to the St. Lawrence River. But here's what's weird, though. If you look at the build of these smallmouth compared to when we were on St. Clair, obviously next week on the St. Lawrence River, where they predominantly feed on goby now, these fish are a lot longer. And looking at bass that Fujita's catching, that Jay Shakura's catching, they spend their summertime losing weight. I mean, they're just swimming and chasing. These are still old school, long bait fish eaters compared to slow, lazy, sluggish goby. I feel like I would be a goby eater. I don't.
Look like they taste pretty good. But you talked about, losing weight. We talk about St. Lawrence for massive current as Jay Shakura lands another good one there. There's a lot of current in here too, right?
Yeah, that's what's funny is where Fujita's at.
It's been slow.
There have been so many days where I fished out. I fished out there with our MC, Dave Mercer. And when it's dead calm and you catch one out there, your boat will move 50 to 100 yards in a matter of a minute and a half, which tells you, and when you have wind, it excels that current out there. And I think that's what really positions the forage and what positions the wolf packs of smallmouth.
Like a 3 3/4.
And Tommy, really, I thought about this. We talked about the inland sea side of Lake Champlain and why historically this time of year it excels. It just dominates anywhere else. If you really look at an environment that the smallmouth get to roam on, deep flats, and food, that's really what it comes down to.
Patrick Walters overhead and from the boat, hooked up again.
Golly. There we go. Little bear hug. That'll make 5, won't it? How about that?
Well, he about got one in his hand right there, Tommy. He really did. That was frighteningly close to a treble hook in his hand.
Oof. Here we go. Let's drop a weight on them. We'll be good to go. Ooh, that water's warm. Recirc. Make sure I don't call one out, you know.
Fish care fluid going in there.
They said, talking to some anglers before the tournament, the temperatures may be in the 60s today, you know, and it feels like it's fall, but it has been a very warm and then high water summer for these fish at Lake Champlain, and that we're here about 3 weeks later than we've ever been here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and a lot of the anglers echoed how much warmer the water temperatures were in places that they were, it kind of caught them off guard. They were unexpected warm water temperatures, so they got to take care of these fish that they're catching from the deep.
Looks like another good one for Fujita.
Here, basically, what you're watching right here is an angler, a rookie, beating the brakes off of every other fisherman around him. He really is.
Oh, wrong. Butt skinny. Oh. Hold 2. Yeah.
Puts him over 20 pounds.
Oh man, you're right,
Wow.
Z. It is just impressive to watch him do what he does. He's a and maybe a mystery man, but he is something else. Koya Fujita on top, over 20 pounds now. Caleb Summerall, Joey Cifuentes, Jay Shakir, Carl Jochimson rounding out our top 5. Again, we have full field, 102 of them out there today, and only 50 spots available for the final 2 days. We'll be right back to Lake Champlain. Tomorrow morning on Fox, history will be made as Spain battles England, with both nations looking for their first ever FIFA Women's World Cup title. Coverage begins at 5 a.m. Eastern with kickoff at 6 a.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. We are right in the middle of day 2. 4 days of competition on Lake Champlain there. That's Chris Johnston, Canada. We'll be on the Canadian-U.S. border next week on the St. Lawrence River. Yeah. Looking forward to that, certainly. Chris pretty much still in this thing, I would say, at this point, right now. Let's go out to Greg DePalma. We've spent some time with him already, the man from Millville, New Jersey. Likes fishing here.
GDP also dabbles in our Bassmaster Kayak Series, taking a title at Lake Gunnersville earlier this year as well. Him and Mike Iaconelli are 2 elite guys who have won at the national kayak level too.
Good timing. That one was, dude, it was going like as fast as it could swim towards me. And I kept trying to get in front of it, I finally got in front of it and followed right to the bottom. Oh, ow! I should have just kept pulling. He'd have came right in.
really that island that Greg DePalma is fishing right there. He's on the north side of the island that's getting so much attention in this tournament. Tommy, on the west side of that island, where like the north side where Greg DePalma, and then the south side where Fujita and all the other boats are at, like we said, it's about 20 to 50 feet of water. But on the east side is actually the basin of the inland sea. You know, there's 100 feet of water that will reload this every single day with fresh fish and fresh schools coming in.
Three something.
Four fish now for Greg DePalma. Had 21 and a half yesterday, so he's got a ways to go before he matches that feat, but he's got plenty of time to do it.
Three and a quarter.
Tommy, you were talking about Greg DePalma getting closer to that 20-pound mark. Maybe he'll have another 20-pound bag by the end of the day. As we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, 20-pound bags, no matter where we are, down south, up north, that is the mark. If you catch 20, you did your job. You should be in contention to some extent, depending on the body of water. But when we're coming to Lake Champlain, we have seen a growth. And over the last couple years, it has been a growth in smallmouth. Not only the forage that they're eating, but the smallmouth themselves have gotten so big where no longer do you need to rely on largemouth in your bag or largemouth exclusively to be able to win here. You can do it exclusively on smallmouth. We saw Brandon Polinick do that in 2020, win on all smallmouth. We've seen Brian Schmidt mix in smallmouth for his victory in 2021. And every single year we come here, it takes about 80 pounds to win the event, a 20-pound average for the winner. So thinking about that, 20 pounds, that should be pretty common for guys to catch. Not so fast when it comes to that. On day one of past Champlain events, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 20-pound bags over our past 5 Elite Series events here just after day one. After day one in 2023, we had 17. So we had 19 20-pound bags on day one of our events, the past 5 events combined. We had 17 in this event. If you count Fujita today, Caleb Summerall probably today, they are both probably at 20 pounds. We've eclipsed that mark already early on day 2. The one big thing as well, 2021, it took about 80 pounds to win. Really great weight throughout the field and 17 or so average to make the cut, yet we only had 20 20-pound bags total. We're going to shatter that number of 20-pound bags this week alone. We'll probably get close to this mark again on day 2, which means we will be on pace for the most 20-pound bags we've ever seen at Lake Champlain in a Bassmaster Elite Series event. So big doings here, and not just largemouth, now predominantly smallmouth big doings.
Tommy, would you say, that was an awesome stat you had right there, 2 things I'm going to throw out there. I would say time of year, because this time of year is a great shot of the bait, balls, and the wallback underneath.
Wow.
Time of year where fish are doing that, they're putting on more weight. We're near the end of summer up here. And not only that, Tommy, time of year combined with better technology, you're going to see more 20-pound bags.
Oh.
Crazy sucker.
Cody Huff with just 2 fish. At this point, he had his limit yesterday. Sure. Had 20 pounds yesterday.
I think he said he had most of his weight by, or all of his weight by 10 a.m. on day 1. Z, so what's that do for the average size fish, you would say, from July 25th, being the last week of July when we've been here, compared to August 18th?
I absolutely would say, for sure, you're putting on a quarter to a half pound, where I'm sure some fish probably that have spawned early or have already put on 3/4 of a pound. A lot of these fish that you're seeing, Ronnie, that are weighing 4 1/4, 4 and change, 4 1/2, in 30 days from now, they're going to be another half pound. And that's why you see those massive weights, whether it's here or even the St. Lawrence River, all the way back to St. Clair. When we get into September, October, Ronnie, you've been up north. They just get enormous by the beginning of October.
Have a quick look at Jason Christie putting one in the boat right there. 36th place, but he had a bit of a slower start to his season there. Was out of the Classic cut for a while, but took care of that at St. Clair.
Yeah. And he wants to be in the Classic because it is going to be at a body of water he is very good at. He'll be one of the favorites. Plus, he is a former Classic champ just in 2022 at Lake Hartwell. So we want to see Jason Christie at Grand Lake to see what he can do next spring.
Well, that tells the entire story looking at Cody Huff's depth finder. Talking to guys like Jay Shakura, those singles on day one were oftentimes the bigger rogue smallmouth.
Oh, his little buddy has spotted it. Spit it out. Out here fishing these grass mats for these smallmouth. It's crazy.
Justin Atkins, big day yesterday.
I wonder if I got him hooked good. Pissed, ain't he? Ain't that big, but right now he's a good one.
Atkins needed and also expected a good northern swing from him. St. Clair, Champlain, St. Lawrence. After starting the year with one made cut in the first 4 events, he has made 2 of the last 3 cuts. He's on pace to do so as well this week. That'll be a good recipe to end your season strong with 4 out of 5 checks if he could do so.
He's our runner-up to Ito, was he not, in 21 on the St. Lawrence? Yeah. And Atkins trying to back up a great day number 1 there. We'll keep our eye on him. We have a camera in the boat with him all day long. That's the way it stands right now. Unofficially, still Koya Fujita on top, 42 pounds, on pace to break that 80-pound mark here, but still early on in this tournament. As you look at it, we had day 2 move to today. If you're just joining with us, so we're not even halfway through this tournament. Not even halfway through the first half of today. We'll take a break and come right back. Well, bass fishing fans look to their mailbox every month for something special, and it has been special for over 50 years. Bassmaster magazine, a unique, one-of-a-kind publication, surviving, thriving in this era when it's very tough to be in the magazine business, because you can get that, you can get news about our anglers we're watching today, all the tournament trails, but they stick to the core business, which is making people better bass anglers. And that's what this issue and the 499 before it are always about. A terrific, maybe the most successful outdoor magazine in history. Bassmaster magazine celebrating 500 issues this month here in August 2023. We are about to wind up the 2023 season here in about 8-10 days. It's going to be almost like a continuous tournament until we're at the end of St. Lawrence, but we got plenty more coming here.
I thought we were at the Bass 1000th edition with how many are in my parents' basement from me growing up, leaving them at the house when I moved out. I swear there's been 1,000 issues.
I know untold numbers of people who own like hundreds.
It's really
and
cool to
hundreds
see
of copies.
collections,
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
So big.
Koya Fujita. Mark Zona told us just out fishing everyone around him, just getting around the right.
Absolutely. And I know, as crazy as this sounds, Tommy, looking at the weather that we have today, like I said, this is not This is not premium smallmouth weather for the way these guys are fishing. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely prime. High skies, you're dealing with a sight feeder where they'll tend to get a lot more active. What he has done so far this morning, unbelievable.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 4.5.
You see that fish is a lot more built than a lot of the skinnier long fish that we've seen this morning.
What a show he is putting on. Koya Fujita, the rookie, trying to be the 4th rookie winner of this season and making a pretty good case for it here this morning on day number 2 of competition. Let's get back out to Maddie Wong.
A little AOI update. Our leader, Brandon Cobb, is up to almost 16 pounds. He's in 11th place right now. He started 33, so he's gaining points on the field.
Started out 27 points ahead of Jay Shakura today.
Yeah, if Cobb just makes the top 50 this week and doesn't finish 50th, finishes somewhere in the 30s or something, and then makes the cut next week, he'll be hard to beat. Hard to beat.
Right now, with Shakira just losing 3 places, he's in 6th in the current AOI updates.
Whoa.
Walters is taking over 4th. Cifuentes is 5th. Cook jumped into 3rd. He's up to 14th place.
Just gonna play him out. Still got a lot of green in him. Just like when fighting mahi-mahi back home in Hawaii. Can't bring them in the boat too soon, man. They'll go crazy. But, I mean, this fish has so much power. But I like throwing this slightly larger spinning reel. You can pick up line a lot faster, and the larger arbor on the spool itself is helps with just gaining line and being able to have a little bit better torque. Learned that from Greg Gutierrez, an old school West Coast pro. Shout out to all the homies in California. You guys are probably just having your morning coffee right now. Just give up. Give up and come for a ride in my Triton. Come for a ride in my Triton.
$21.10 yesterday for Wong.
Down the hatch, gee. I feel like I should probably start putting these guys in now. But main thing is that we got ourselves 5. And that always feels good. Get 5 in the boat first. And then start culling up. A lot of these fish are pretty deep, so we might have to fizz some of these, but I'm gonna see how they take it first. These fish are small compared to those other ones we were getting the other day.
Matty Wong right around 11 pounds, we figured right now. Unofficially, he'll have to kind of get rid of several of those in his live well if he wants to get close to his yesterday's total. He's got time to do it. Let's get back out to Justin Atkins, specialist in smallmouth fishing on his home waters, Pickwick Lake, Alabama and Mississippi.
Digging.
Tommy, we have one of the best largemouth fisheries in the state of New York with high water and have seen zero on camera today. Not one.
That's more like it.
We saw 3 on day 1. They were all the same angler.
Yeah, and the guy,
Exactly.
and him being one of the best largemouth anglers notoriously, historically here, said on the weigh-in stage, I'm not fishing for largemouth at all on day 2. I gave up on smallmouth too quick.
Do we see one by the end of the broadcast here on FS1 today?
I'm doubtful.
One.
I'm doubtful.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think the only way we can hope that is in 2020 when Polinick was fishing at 40 feet and caught a largemouth randomly. He wasn't targeting them. I think that would be the only way.
Got it.
Jason Christie's going to save us today, guys. He's going to save us.
Good.
All right.
Good.
Greg DePalma. GDP, you called it.
That's what he calls himself.
That's the brand.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what his hat says.
Not gross domestic product. It's Greg DePalma.
Oh boy. That's a good one right there. They jumping today. Yesterday nothing jumped at all.
Brandon Cobb taking the reins. He's in our top 10 at 10th right now. Wow. Our AOY leader. Wants to hold on to it.
And in theory, coming into the final 2 events of the season, we would love to eliminate a lot of people saying they can't win it. But if you're within 100 points, you have 2 100-point events. You could be on the wrong end of a spectrum and give up 80 points in a single event, like he did earlier this year. So really, if you're within 100 points coming into this event, you had a chance. But Cobb has done his job.
Greg, giving us the impression this is a good one here.
Big girl.
He is 5th.
Long. Come here.
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty good one right there. Blink.
I'm going to pop him into 2nd place.
Think a 4-pounder? What's your guess?
3/4.
I'm gonna agree with you on that one.
Isn't quite fat enough.
Yeah, he's got length, but it's not the body. Scale's not reading.
Greg came into this tournament 58th in Angler of the Year points. We'll have to check that on his status now because he has improved his outlook between yesterday and today. Moving up into 2nd place there, the man from New Jersey. You see Greg DePalma with over 40 pounds as well to join Koya Fujita in that department. Caleb Sumrall still catching him, still hanging in there. Cifuentes, Walters. Matt Robertson now appears in our top 10. Jay Securitas, look at back down to 7th.
We have 5 of our top 6 in AOY in our top 10 right now. It's going to be a battle.
Unbelievable. Good stuff going on at Lake Champlain and plenty more to come on day 2 of this tournament.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Big bass fishing day here in the state of New York. We always say it, we love New York. The bass fishing is great here in the state and Lake Champlain, but one of many examples of tremendous fisheries that, as you pointed out, Mark Zona, somehow holds up despite tremendous amounts of pressure. These guys are saying more this year than ever before.
Hey, we got a Skeeter Boats Big Fish alert. Scott Martin, who needs it. 4-pound, 8-ounce fish. He's up to 16th place with that. He started 50th and dropped points in the AOI race. He needs to try to get back that classic. With that, he's up to about 45th place with hope of making the classic cut.
How about that?
Exactly. Yes. It scared the fire out of me right there, Such.
We all jumped.
It really did. No, it's understandable. It's what you do. We're going to get out to Patrick Walters right now. And really, Tommy, looking at 7 out of your top 10 fishing in the inland sea, one of those anglers, Patrick Walters. And the one thing that we got to see at Lake St. Clair was 9 out of your top 10 were fishing in Anchor Bay, but your winner was the one that broke away from the pack and got out of the area of St. Clair, being Joyce Cifuentes. So 3 of your anglers that are in the top 10 right now fishing on the New York side. So seeing some bigger stringers coming there today on day 2.
Oh my God, there was one trying to eat it out of his mouth. You might call white. Oh, my bad. The one that was eating out, trying to eat it out of his mouth was a better one. This is where we've been catching them too. If you look at their dots, we're right back on our line.
Ronnie, he was your AOY pick, wasn't he, Mr. Walters?
He was, and he was 7th, I think, coming into the, or within points
right now.
6th or 7th coming into this event.
Right now he's 5th, but the points, Drew Cook is 619, Cifuentes is 4th, 616, Walters 614, Shakir at 613. So it's pretty fluid right there. And Brian Schmidt is at 597.
Schmidt and Bryant Smith, and we're watching right now.
Not related, but
no, just sound alike.
Oh boy, I got issues. Come on, baby, just give up. I know you're not going to, but figured I'd ask. This is going to be hard. No. No. Stay down. Come into my hands. That's all we need. Or you can go swim back down to the boat. Whatever you feel like.
He snipped it. He didn't even get in his mouth. He snipped it. Happy's the kind we're after right there. It is not as fast as yesterday, or 2 days ago, but we'll play build a bag today. I think I've got to be pretty close to a mile on the trolling motor this morning. That's a good one. 3 3/4. That will work. Number 5.
Limit for Bryant Smith, who told reporters on Monday he was nervous, not comfortable being here, didn't know what to expect. I think he settled in pretty well here. He's up into 3rd place unofficially now as we get back to our day 1 leader, Cody Huff.
You can be confident here and still feel uncomfortable because you got to catch them every day or you're going to slip 20, 30 spots in the standings.
It's fast company here for sure.
Little rascal. It's all right. We'll get there. We'll just keep plugging away. Just keep casting at big old blimps on there. And sooner or later, we'll catch some great old big ones.
Some nice Carls. Carl Jacobson, 8th place, a 4-pounder. He's almost to 19 pounds. Cobb with a 3 1/4. He's over 17.
You know,
Cooper
basically
Gallant,
all I'm doing is I'm just
4-pound
going and
plus.
going and going until I see some out there. And you know, I'm throwing, like right now I've got my bait on a 1/2 ounce head, so I'm pretty heavy head, just trying to get it down there to them. And I mean, if you get to watch the Garmin at all, I mean, they're seeing it from a long ways away, but just they haven't been in a super aggressive mood for me so far this morning. So that was the first one that really just done it right. As soon as he got to the bait, he ate it. And I mean, that's what you want to see. I mean, and there's only a pair of them, you know. By the end of the day yesterday, I was seeing schools of like 50, 60, 70 bass out here. I mean, it was just nuts. So we're just going to keep looking and looking and looking.
Well, that is a good problem to have when you're seeing a school of 50 to 60 smallmouth. And Tommy, a lot of your leaders also on day 1 of this tournament, a lot of those big fish, Jay Shakura talked about it, individual loners, they would chase them for 5 to 10 minutes, chasing individual fish until they would get them to react to their soft plastic.
God, he's skinny.
Shakir at 2nd place to Brandon Cobb and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Brandon Cobb giving him no help whatsoever this week. Brandon Cobb making his case to be the man this year. We'll see how it turns out. Koya Fujita now up to 43, almost 43.5 pounds there unofficially. Greg DePalma and Bryant Smith right there in 2nd and 3rd, and Caleb Sumrall catching them well enough to hang in there in the top 5. Cody Huff back in our top 10 now. Jay Shakura has now gone down to 10th place, but he's catching them. We got more to come from Lake Champlain.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into our on-location coverage. And where do you find us this week? Plattsburgh, New York for day 2 on a Saturday. Normally day 3, normally semifinal Saturday, but today a supersized Saturday. The entire field competing because yesterday's competition was delayed. We have 102 anglers competing. The goal to get inside the top 50, keep your tournament alive, and move on to semifinal Sunday with a very rare championship Monday. I'm joined by Bassmaster Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year, Davy Height, Lake Champlain is an incredible playing field.
It is absolutely incredible playing field, and we've got some incredible weather. Not yesterday so much. That's why we had to postpone a day. But today is absolutely gorgeous, high in about the mid-60s. Calm winds, a great day to be out fishing, or at least be here on the shores of Lake Champlain watching these guys fish. And I guess the one thing that really jumps out to me, if you're just tuning in and don't realize the conditions, Lake Champlain is up about 3.5 feet from normal. Man, we're going to see some largemouth catches. We're going to see some frogs. We're going to see some flipping some vegetation and some docks, and we have not seen much of that. This smallmouth fishery has gotten better and better, just like all the other smallmouth fisheries we go to in the country.
And the crazy thing is, it feels like every angler kept that honest. In pre-fish, they all fish. Is it just they don't weigh the same? Because they're catching lots of largemouth.
Well, I really think, with our sport changing, with the forward-facing sonar, and this being such a big fishery and so many fish that get out and suspend, now those anglers can access those fish and really, fish for them where it was much, much more difficult years ago. And you have to be patient to fish for largemouth, especially if you go to Ticonderoga, which is about a 70-mile run. Not only do you have to be patient, you have to be a little bit crazy to run that far, especially if we have winds like we did on day one. But today would be the day to do it. It's really surprising to me, Dave, that we don't have an angler down at Ticonderoga here this morning.
Well, let's catch everybody up with what's been happening on our supersized Saturday here today with your Yamaha midday report. And speaking of forward-facing sonar, hard to call him a forefather of forward-facing sonar. I mean, he's not even 30 yet. But Patrick Walters has used that device for a number of years and made an incredible career out of it.
He really has. And, to be such a young angler, Patrick Walters has been on the Bassmaster Elite Series for a number of years. And obviously, he is certainly known to be one of the best with forward-facing sonar. But here's another thing. Patrick Walters has excelled at every level in this sport before forward-facing sonar was even around. To think that he's so young and he, caught a lot of his fish at the high school level, college level, national championship without forward-facing sonar. He's just an angler that's going to adjust to the conditions. We saw him earlier in the year not even using it hardly at all. But Patrick Walters certainly someone, when you come up north, like Lake St. Clair, here at Lake Champlain, and then the next event there next week at Thousand Islands, he's going to be in the mix, that's for sure.
Has to be the greatest rookie class in Elite Series competition, and Brian Smith trying to make his second top 10 here in his rookie season.
Yeah, Brian Smith got off to had a lot of, positive things that I heard about him being a West Coast angler coming into the Elite Series. Obviously, to make it to the Elite Series now with this rookie class, it's so good because it's so tough to get here, and that's not going to get any easier this year for the guys on the EQs trying to qualify to be here. But Brian Smith, obviously a great angler, certainly more well-known out west, but really, really has done great here in these last few events. Kind of got his feet under him in his rookie year. So good to see him having another good tournament here, currently unofficially in third place.
Brian Smith, Kent Brown, who is a great media member out in the West Coast, does a great radio show, was downright giddy when he qualified. He said, man, he is one of the most well-rounded West Coast pros we've ever seen. Greg DePalma, a Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and no stranger to catching smallmouth bass.
Yeah, he's certainly not, and he's not too far from where he lives and where he grew up, and I'm sure he's got a ton of experience here on Lake Champlain. To be honest with you, it's great. Greg DePalma is just a super nice guy to talk to and to be around. I enjoyed the whole time he's been on the leads, being able to talk to him. Just a cool guy to talk to. And I've been thinking earlier in the year, man, you spend a little too much time in that kayak. You need to get it together on the leads a little more. I knew he would when we came up north, especially here on Lake Champlain. Not a surprise. He's over in the Inland Sea, but he's kind of away from the bigger groups over there in the Inland Sea. So good to see Greg Palma having a good tournament here, fishing out in that deeper water. A lot of where he's fishing is 25 to about 40 feet of water. Fishing for a lot of his fish, he said, 10 to 15 feet below the surface of the water, even though he's fishing out there in that real deep water.
The prince of Japanese bass angling, Koya Fujita, threatening to make his fourth top 10 in his rookie season.
Yeah, and it really should be no surprise. What a resume he has coming from Japan, coming over here in the opens, qualifying for the Bassmaster Elites. And he's another angler I enjoy talking to, spend a lot of time around. I just said that so I'd make Zona mad because he doesn't have a lot of conversation with Koya. I don't either, but what little conversation I have, I really enjoy being able to communicate with Koya. It's very interesting to look at his boat, the way he has his sonar set up on his boat. So many of them different directions. He is certainly one of the best of using that technology. But not only the technology, there are probably 75 of our anglers over in the inland sea where Koya is, and they're 90% of them out there fishing very similar to what he's doing. He's catching his fish, and he's currently our unofficial leader, fishing around a lot of other boats. He's just out fishing them.
One of the most impressive stories, and we're going to go head out to him right now. Jay Shikurik, our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, came into these final 3 events in 10th place for Angler of the Year. Unofficially has pulled within 27 points of Brandon Cobb for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. And next week we are going to where he set the all-time record with 102 pounds, 9 ounces last year. It's going to be an exciting conclusion to this season.
It definitely is, and you got to give credit to Brandon Cobb also. He's done a good job hanging in there and being a southern angler coming up north, and he hasn't done as well in the north in past years as he has down south. But Brandon Cobb has done well, but Jay Shikurik is not going away.
God, that might be fun. Yes. God.
Ooh.
Look at that. Oh, okay.
Wow. That is a beautiful fish for Lake Champlain. That'd be a beautiful fish anywhere, but
Baby
the
Z2.
smallmouth here tend to be a little longer and leaner than some of the other fisheries like a Lake St. Clair, but that is a chub.
Man, it's been a slow morning.
The smallest fish being 2 pounds. That is
That's
going
a pig.
to be.
Look at the belly on that.
Wow.
How big you say, Davey?
4.5.
Gotta be.
That's solid fish for him. And like you say, smallest fish unofficially 2 pounds, so a 2.5 pound upgrade.
Woo. All right, now we got a good.
That's a solid 2 pounder there, I must admit. It was long and lean, not like the one he just caught, but that was a pretty solid fish there that he just.
4.5. Yeah.
Puts him within 2 ounces of the tournament lead.
Something weird is going on with my hooks.
Tournament leader, obviously, Koya Fujita. Another story. I mean, everybody thought Joey Cifuentes is walking away with Angler of the Year, and he's a Rookie of the Year. He's defending that, but Koya, I mean, you got to imagine he's obviously a player here and going to be a player at the next one. And now for something totally different, Jason Christie bass fishing.
Yeah, it's really, really cool, like we talked about. To see an angler up fishing for a largemouth, there's a lot of great largemouth here at Lake Champlain. That's what makes this lake so great. For people you fished here a lot. I fished here some, and if you've never been here, there's great largemouth fishing, great smallmouth fishing, and it's a big place where you can really spread out and get to yourself, just like Jason Christie is.
Jason Christie, that his 3rd fish, I believe, of the day, but atop the leaderboard, you see separated by 2 ounces, Koya Fujita and Jay Shikurik. Unbelievable this battle is going to be for the end of the season. So much on the line here this week, Davey Height. I mean, as an angler, you've been here. What does it feel like when you get down to the last 2?
Oh, it's a life-changing. In this sport, it's a title that you always want to have.
And you've got 2 of them.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into our on-location coverage. Day 2, a supersized Saturday, but big Yeti hot seat weigh-in coming up this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern on Bassmaster.com. Why is it so big? Well, we got to find out who our top 50 is to move into Day 3 of this tournament. Semifinal Sunday this time around, and we'll whittle it all down to our top 50 move on in this tournament. If the weigh-in was happening right now, there's your leader right now. Your Yeti hot seat would be filled in by Koya Fujita, and unbelievable rookie season he has had, flirting with his 4th top 10, and you have to believe He's going to be a player next week, Davey Hay.
He absolutely is. Certainly loves open water fishing, smallmouth fishing, finesse techniques with a lot of forward-facing sonar, and certainly one of the best in the world at it. We have seen that in his first year on the Elite Series.
Man, a few words.
Oh, this is a huge smallmouth.
Giant.
Yeah. Oh, hooks.
See there, smallest fish, unofficially 4 pounds 4 ounces. It gets difficult to go when you get that on Lake Champlain, but I think this fish might. I definitely think this fish could help him.
You go. 4 pounder.
Oh.
I don't need that silly 4-pounder. Get out of here.
How many anglers are out there hoping for a 4-pounder to bite right now at this point in the tournament?
Whenever we come to this part of the world, the number one deciding factor in all these events is the weather, and that's why we weren't on the water yesterday. But a look at our TH Marine current conditions. Currently 63 degrees, cloudy, west wind 6 miles per hour, much different than the wind we had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. The first day of this event, we're out here where we were sitting about this time of day. Boy, things started kicking up, and had a lot of interesting stories on the weigh-in stage when you had those anglers come up and put their fish on the scales. But thankfully, the TH weather watch today is much, much better. And I must say, it feels so good to sit here at 63-degree temperatures, unlike where it's been around where I live with about 100-degree temperatures.
Your reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year and trying to chase down Brandon Cobb and become your progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in consecutive years. Currently in second place by just 2 ounces.
Couldn't tell he was by himself. Usually those are the big ones.
If he wins Angler of the Year, do you think I have to kick him on stage to get some emotion out of him?
Well, I would hope if he's in contention. His better half, so to speak, the hockey player. I won't go any further than that. She might not want us talking about her on TV, but maybe she'll be there, and I bet she can motivate him a little bit. Beautiful fish.
My. We might as well just cold beam him.
Jason Keurig using Mark Zona's signature rod. He doesn't like to talk about it a whole lot, but I know he's loving seeing that, the rod he helped design. The same setup he used to catch over 100 pounds last year at the St. Lawrence River. And like you said, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Jason Keurig there.
Another young superstar, Cody Huff. Bright future. He is already a Strike King College Bass champion, multiple Toyota Series wins. And when Rick Clunn tells people that you better keep your eye on this guy, you know he is one you got to watch.
Absolutely. Not quite as easy for him today as it was the first day of competition. He said the schools of fish that he was around and practicing the first day of competition, there were like 60, 70, 80 fish in those schools. Not seeing the big schools as much today, but still a lot of time fishing, and that fish will certainly help him. Not the 4-pounder like we saw Jay and Koya catch, but he's getting there.
Amazing how many, day one weigh-in, what stood out to me, amazing how many 4s, but not a lot of 5s we saw. I mean, we had, it seemed like half the weigh-in where we had a 3 or 4 angler tie for Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 415. And you know, fish after fish would be weighed 414, 413. Not a lot of 5s we saw, but.
So you and I didn't talk about this a whole lot on day one, but the gobies I don't know if they're here. You hear a lot of people say, yeah, they are. No, they're not. You know, that's kind of back and forth. I personally haven't seen any, and I have seen them at those other, you know, the St. Clair, St. Lawrence. But these fish are getting that look more than normal.
Yeah.
But they are still, because of the depths they're fishing, and where they're catching a lot of these fish, you can tell they are feeding on bait. They're not feeding on gobies right now, where most of these guys are fishing.
It's like an alewife. Is that?
Yes,
yeah.
yes. I think that's the primary bait that these smallmouth are chasing, you know, over that deeper water. And some of the anglers even, you know, fishing in 40, 45 feet of water to the bottom, but like a Brandon Cobb, I talked to him after the first day, caught a few fish that he thought were only 4 or 5 feet under the surface. So obviously chasing those alewives.
Yeah. That was a bit of a sneaky player on St. Clair too. There was a lot more anglers catching fish right below the surface than really got reported.
And if you think about it, Jason Curick's win at Thousand Islands last year was there was bait up off the bottom, bait fish there in that area that he said that's what got my attention, and that's why I fished here in practice and found these school of fish. The only place with a lot of bait up off the bottom. So even where gobies are present, sometimes they, you know, you get tired of eating steak. Sometimes you want apple pie.
Justin Atkins, former Bassmaster Open winner, former Forcewood Cup champion, and a guy from the South who has definitely figured out the smallmouth game. He'll be a big player next week, I would imagine.
Yeah, certainly expect to see that next week. He's had some good events there at Thousand Islands in the past. Falling back a little bit today, but still, it's early. A lot of fishing time. And we talked about the wind blowing in the afternoon on day one. A lot of these anglers, rightfully so, gave up, you know, a good bit of their fishing time to be able to get back slowly and safely back to check in. So if it stays like this today, they'll get a lot of them an extra hour of fishing time, which will be big.
What are they running back to? Is there a lot to fish here, right in this? You know, you run back and you got a little time. Is there a lot of areas they can fish here?
There's, you know, me as a tournament angler would always fish, even if you didn't think your odds were very good around takeout. If you get back to check in 10 or 15 minutes early, I'm going to use that 10 or 15 minutes. You never know when you could catch a 4-pounder.
Lee Livesey caught a 4.5-pounder right off the break wall at check-in, you know, on day one. So this time of the season, every single ounce goes a long way. And if you don't think an ounce matters, the beginning of this segment, Jay Shikirk was down 2 ounces on Koya Fujita. He is now up 1 ounce, and that leaderboard is going to continue to change. And Matt Robertson in 6th place.
Alex Redwine here, just wrapped up day one. 2nd place, 22 pounds, 14 ounces of Lake Champlain bass. Caught them dropping around with the Berkeley Gulp minnow. It's got the smelly good stuff that the smallmouth love. Captured 5 big smallmouth on it today. Hopefully the next few days we can capture 5 more big smallmouth each day.
Alex Redwine got to share the top 3 with his roommate, was in 2nd place, and obviously Jay Shikurat, our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, threatening to take over Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, was in 3rd place. And that makes the house happy. When,
absolutely.
You know, 2nd and 3rd after day one.
Alex was like, you know, last year when we made this northern swing, Jay had a lot of fun, and I didn't have so much fun, but I'm going to join the party this year, and he certainly has.
Golly. He wants to be big.
What is it? There was like 6 of them. There's 3 of them below it right now. Let's get him in though. God, please be big. Come on. My big one yesterday dogged me like this, so hopefully this one's a good one. Come on. Please be big. God. All right. Slowly and surely. Yeah, he definitely ate it like he was supposed to.
Solid coal there from Alex Redwine.
Weigh him later.
You know, it's really amazing. You know, I talked about, and you know this as good as anyone, how these fish seem to be long and lean compared to some of the other lakes that we go to this time of the year. In particular, where we're going next week, there are 1,000 Islands there. But the time of year that you're here, this is later than we were here in 2021. And most events that we've had recently, Bassmaster, have been like July type events. These fish put on so much weight in 30 days. 30 days from now, they'll be even bigger.
Justin Atkins hooked up live. I think that's one of the things that people overlook in the north. Everything is the same in the north as in the south, except it's compounded. Yeah. You don't have a very long pre-spawn, post-spawn. Everything it has to move through quicker.
Very, very true. And the farther south you go, the more it is spread out. The spawn, the largemouth bass spawn in Okeechobee is like I've personally seen them from November to April, and I'm sure it's probably longer than that. Here, all that takes place in about a month.
Everything is a condensed window.
You just look big on live. He ain't that small either. Yeah, he ain't that big. He ought to help.
It's great to see that smallest fish there in the bottom corner of your screen there. And tournament fishing is so important because you see an angler kind of fall down in the standings and it's mid-morning and you think, oh, what's going on? Well, just give him time to get rid of some of those smaller fish like some of the anglers have done that are up on the top of the leaderboard. And, you know, they've got 8 hours of fishing time, and it's good to just keep upgrading with that largest 5.
And especially in a tournament like this, I mean, we had a handful of anglers that didn't have a limit.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm saying it with less than 5 that didn't have a limit. So when you look at the leaderboard and Bass Track right now, you have to take that into account. You have to assume the majority of the field is going to have a limit here.
Right. And then the big thing here, like you said, assume that they're going to catch 5. The big thing here as an angler, you don't want to have to weigh in a 1-pounder. You know, his smallest fish there before that fish was 1.5 pounds. That's not good to do on a fishery like this. Your smallest fish needs to be more like a 3-pounder, or you know, for our leaders, their smallest fish are going to be 4 or 4 plus.
Cody Huff hooked up again. Became a brand new daddy just a few months ago.
Speaking of 1-pounder, 1.5-pound fish not meaning a whole lot, you could tell that fish didn't stay in the boat any longer than he had to.
Let's run back up here to the top real quick.
I can't help but say this again. It's been so hot in the south where a lot of these anglers are from, including myself. To see live fishing in the United States of America, and they've got bibs, insulated rain gear on because it's 63 degrees and they're out on the lake. That's just, it's like you're on a different planet right now compared to where a lot of these anglers are from. Not you, of course. You enjoy the great weather.
Frustrating.
Yeah, this time of year it's wonderful. I feel like the same vibe. You know, when we go down south, we kick off the season in Florida quite traditionally. You see a lot of the northern anglers and, you know, pasty white skin, but they got flip-flop shorts and T-shirts. They're just, it's like a freeing feeling. It's the same feeling from the southern anglers coming north.
Absolutely. You know, you get back up on the front. And it could be 100 feet behind you, 100 feet in front of you, and you could go the wrong way. You don't really know. So we're trying to find them.
Like before I worked at this job, I didn't even know the term hoodie weather was a thing. But you hear people from Alabama and stuff, oh, finally back in some hoodie weather. And I'm like, I didn't even know that was a term.
All right.
4 box. Jay Shikurik, Justin Atkins, Cody Huff, and Koya Fujita.
Yeah, so Jay just then talking about catching a fish, culling, and getting back looking for the group of fish. We've always kind of had to do that. Now it's easier to relocate those fish with forward-facing sonar because you can scan a big, wide area. In years past, you'd have to do it with down imaging or some kind of 360, something like that. But it is amazing that Lake Champlain, being a natural lake, has so much current. Just like he mentioned, culling, and now he's looking for those fish. You will move, 50, 100 feet, maybe even 200 or 300 feet if it takes you a little while to cull. And the wind's not even blowing very much where he's at. It's just amazing how much current is in this lake. If you've never been here, there's something that you need to learn, and it sets these fish up, and it helps you find them.
Well, Jay Shikurik has figured out how to find him, how to relocate him, and he is leading this tournament. Your reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year is now leading the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain and trying to chase down Brandon Cobb and win the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. Are we going to see it happen?
That's incredible. Just one out separating Jay Shikurik from Koya, but it's going to be great next week.
Got to get inside the top 50. Keep your tournament alive. Lots more to come. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Plattsburgh, New York, the home to so many epic Bassmaster battles over the years. This event kind of stalled out yesterday. It's only day 2. Saturday, normally day 3, but the entire field competing today, 102 anglers. And we're going to cut the field down to the top 50 to move on to semifinals Sunday. So much on the line coming into this event. Your Angler of the Year title, your Rookie of the Year, Bassmaster Classic points, requalification points. It's all on the line.
It is all on the line, and I talk about this all the time. Every Bassmaster Elite Series tournament is technically equal because the same amount of points, the same money, that sort of thing. But boy, these last two are always so important, especially like you say, the cut. Only 50 anglers being here tomorrow. You want to be able to improve your weight each and every day and improve those points each and every day. That cut for tomorrow will be very, very important. Looking at the playing field, there are a lot of anglers over in the inland sea area that are smallmouth fishing. And Jason Christie has the largemouth bass, 100 miles
none of them you want to keep.
Of Lake Champlain all to itself.
About ready to roll. My best largemouth stretch, there was somebody fishing around there, so we came to another area just to see if I could get a bite. The smallmouth kind of seemed weird where I was fishing at, so we're just kind of feeling everything out. But we need to get something figured out pretty quick. Just not liking this. The wind, so when you get that kind of wind, it blows these mats and stuff around where it's not the same. They move and shift. So, trying to get a bite. Everybody else is trying to catch 5-pounders, and I'm trying to get a bite right now.
Jason Christie is largemouth fishing now, but doesn't appear to be very far from. He's certainly not Ticonderoga area. It's amazing this lake being so big, but most of the heavier weights in the tournament come from the far north end of the lake or down south. I've caught fish in the middle of the lake for sure, but it seems like those heavier stringers come from one extreme end or the other of this lake.
Let's head out in the water live with a 4-time Bassmaster winner, Summerville, South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
Patrick over in the Inland Sea area with, like I said, a lot of these other anglers. Certainly been the most popular area.
He just put up a huge bait.
So far this week.
I don't even know what our coal is. I like how quick that happened now. He's a chunk.
Pretty amazing to see his evolution as a smallmouth angler. This used to be a weak part of his game, but he has put in the time and definitely figured this part of the puzzle out.
So I was on a fishing trip with Patrick and Brandon Cobb, and both of those, because that kind of brings to mind, we were out at dinner the night after the first day that we fished together.
He read the textbook.
Both of them said we bring in the A game to the northern part of the country this year for the small, and they've done it so far. Both of those anglers would be really high up in Angler of the Year for their whole career on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it maybe stumbled down just a little bit, but that's not the case this year.
That guy's got a dip net. They must be fishing a club.
Earlier this week, I talked to Cobb, and Cobb professes to be horrible at practice, just not a good part of his game. I asked him who's good at practice. He said Patrick's really good at practice, but he lies, so it's no good.
Patrick is always known to be a little elusive. I don't know if he lies, just maybe
doesn't tell the truth.
Well, elusive, I think, would be a good way to put it. Even on the Zona show, we've done a few things. Patrick and I with Zona at Santee, and
that's a big one.
He's even elusive then some days.
Come on, darling. Come up in here with us. Come on. Come on. Get him.
Oh, wow.
Got him. Look at that. Hook just fell out. Whew. One of these days I'm gonna learn how to land one. Still ain't he?
Nervous, boy.
Man. Having some troubles, dude. Having some troubles.
Man, some sports they wouldn't let you see in the locker room. We got right in his grill for that. I mean,
absolutely did. And if you're not familiar with the Bassmaster events and the rules, we're not allowed to use dip nets or things to help land. You have to actually bring these fish in the boat on your own, and with light line, most of these anglers using 6 to 8 pound tests for their fluorocarbon leader. can't just swing a 4-pound smallmouth in without having a great chance of maybe breaking your line. So you have to get your hand on it. And Cody made it interesting for us. And good thing that he got it when he did, because you see the hook had just came out of that fish's mouth when he got him in his hand. So things going Cody Huff's way right now.
The old taco grip gives him the powerful replay of the day.
Finally started catching a few bass. Gotta catch some great big ones though. Nothing real big yet. You know, so far today I have not seen a big school of smallmouth. I mean, it's just singles and doubles and three, and I mean they're not grouped up like they were, and I don't really know why. But something has went on, so, but I mean, maybe sometime throughout the day they're gonna group up, or maybe we'll just have one of those big schools come swimming through here. I mean, I feel like they haven't slid up here yet, or they're just scattered up on the flat because it's so cloudy, or something like that. I mean, they're just all in singles out here. I got a big one looking at me right now. Man, if it wasn't for live scope, you'd be totally lost out here. I'm just hunting fish. I mean, I'm throwing at every single one of them. I'm not making a cast until I know I'm on them. And I mean, you wouldn't believe the difference in a couple feet in a cast. I mean, it's just, you've got to be right on them or they're not going to play. It's unbelievable. I mean, these are the fish that used to never get messed with, and now, you know, everybody's out here scoping them.
Good stuff there from Cody Huff, explaining what he's doing.
I mean, it's not hard to explain, really. Everybody's doing the same thing except for Jason Christie from what we've seen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But hey, it's really not surprising to hear him say, it was a little surprising to me to hear him say in practice and on day one in the tournament how he was seeing these big schools of fish of 60 to 70 smallmouth grouped up together. Because they do group up this time of year, but 60 or 70 fish is a lot of fish to be grouped up in one pack when they're chasing these bait fish. But I mentioned earlier about how much current we have on Lake St. Clair, Lake Champlain, Lake Ontario, all of these bigger lakes, a lot more current than most people realize. And the wind blew all afternoon on day one, which was Thursday, and then yesterday, obviously, the wind blew a lot. We weren't able to go compete. So with that wind, the current moves more and more, and those groups of smallmouth can move literally in those 2 days, 3 miles. Would not surprise me at all in an area this big like the Inland Sea.
Today has been a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown by Jay Shikurik and Koya Fujita. Currently separated by 1 ounce in first and second. And look at that marathon peak performance, battling for the lead. And wow, what a day they're both having.
So I guess technically with the marathon peak performance, you have to say Jay Shikurik, because he's got 43 6 ounces, but I'm going to call it a tie because those are estimated weights. This is Bass Track unofficially, only official when they bring them to the scales to you, Dave Mercer. But 43 pounds 5 ounces, 43 pounds 6 ounces. I'm going to say that's marathon combo dual peak performances by Jay Shikurik and Koya Fujita. A lot more time left to go in the day. We'll see. And they're both at the point. You see Jay Shikuri's smallest fish, 3 pounds, 15 ounces. Koya Fujita's 4 pounds, 4 ounces. It's not easy to cull those fish when those are your smallest fish here on Lake Champlain.
Now, there's something we're not used to seeing in bass fishing, an angler with his hand on his hip.
He is looking for one that's over 4 pounds. He's so good with his electronics. He certainly can see those fish that are smaller fish, and he's not even going to make a cast. That's where we are in this sport right now.
Pretty wild, but a pretty wild season Koya Fujita is having here in his rookie season. Potentially, in contention, obviously, to make his 4th top 10 of 2023. And I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say 1 and 2. those dudes are both going to be in the mix next week's tournament.
100%. 100%. Or let's say 1,000% at Thousand Islands next week.
Who's the sneaky one that can sneak up and get him? Look at Brandon Cobb in 9th. That's awesome.
Oh, it's good to see him there. It's going to be so fun, not only this week, but next week.
Caleb Summerall shotgun his way into the top 10.
Yeah! No way! You're watching the Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Got another good hour of live coverage coming to you from this Bassmaster Elite event, the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. That is the city of Plattsburgh, our fantastic host city somewhere down there. Our Dave and Davey, Mercer and Hyde, we thank them for some terrific on-location coverage over the past 1 hour. Let's take a look as we are into our second day of competition. Usually by this time we're in our third day, but yesterday was postponed for weather. We are back in today with our full field, and Jay Shakurin of Stevens Point, Wisconsin, has the 1 ounce, estimated 1 ounce lead over Koya Fujita, the rookie. At the top there, Cody Huff, our day one leader, has managed to fall out of and then work his way back up to the third place spot right there. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon, and of course Mark Zona. And Mark Zona, this time yesterday, the wind really started to blow and things kind of shut down in terms of fish catching. They seem to be nonstop. The faucet is on now.
Yeah, and I really think the difference in the story here right now, Tommy, is if you looked at the leaderboard on day number 1, there was a lot of names that were not notorious smallmouth anglers. Now, if you look at the top of the leaderboard, now 2 of the best young sonar smallmouth anglers in the Bassmaster Elite Series field, and a real common connection right now with your leaders that are fishing in the inland sea side of Lake Champlain. They're all very close to the main deep basin, the basin that goes into 150 feet of water. And it seems that quality. And here's the big difference here on Lake Champlain. If you catch 17 or 18 pounds, you basically shot par. And when you get near that 20 to 23 pound range, now you're contending for a victory here. And it seems those stringers are very, very close to that deep water access in the inland sea.
All right, we will keep an eye on that. Some good information about the place that's really playing here. Ronnie Moore, yesterday, we were speculating on how many 20-pound bags. You made a fairly conservative guess as to what it is. It was 6, I think, was your guess. It turned out to be 17. You want to make a revised sort of prediction
well,
based on
you know,
today?
I could just go easy and say 17 once again, but I really do expect it to be, over a dozen, closer to 20 probably, but at minimum a dozen. I'd expect Champlain to blow out any of the other 20-pound bag numbers that we've seen. Back in the day when we saw 20-pound bags, it was majority largemouth, and the Denny Brower wins, and the Timmy Horton wins, things like that. Nowadays, it's more of an anomaly to see a 20-pound bag consisting of largemouth compared to all smallmouth.
All right. And Such, of course, this time of year, it's important all year long, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. When we came here, 2 anglers were 1 single point away.
Brandon Cobb was
that
one ahead of
changed.
1 ahead of Kyle Welcher. Cobb has done his work. He's got 19-pound days. He's in our top 10, and nobody's gaining. Welcher is second. He's caught up. He may make the cut, which is important for him if he wants a shot at St. Lawrence. Drew Cook is in third, and Jay Shakurin, even though he's leading, has dropped today to 4th place in AOI.
Brandon Cobb, man, he is tough in so many ways on so many levels. Having a great week here for sure as we get back out onto fantastic Lake Champlain. A man running for me is I should call GDP, Greg DePalma.
That is the shorthand of this New Jersey angler's name. If you don't know Greg DePalma, a fantastic smallmouth angler and also a great tidal water fisherman. Dirty, shallow, fluctuating water levels on the coast, places like Chesapeake Bay, Potomac River, James River, Delaware River, you're correct, Tommy. And also, great on the smallmouth places like Lake Champlain.
These are all bass out here, giant ones. I don't know how big this one is. I saw it for a second, but I didn't see its body size.
Pretty important move for him up the AOI leaderboard. He was 78th 3 events ago. Now he's looking at being inside 60.
$50 with a shot to maybe get the Classic with a great event at St. Lawrence.
And he could, with the last event of the season, will be a win in an event. So some of these great smallmouth anglers that are in the Classic cut could double qualify. Some who are just outside the Classic cut could get the job done with a victory.
Pulling them sideways. Unless he slotted out and I snagged him.
Greg DePalma, a little more off the beaten path in the Inland Sea.
It's bigger than the other one in there or not.
About a mile and a half away from guys like Koya Fujita, 2 miles away from Jay Shakurin, and kind of a little bit left alone.
It was so interesting to hear Cody Huff a few minutes ago talking about what he's doing. And Z, I mean, give us the difference. I mean, you go to the Inland Sea, 2017, your game plan for the day, then versus what it would be now in this environment we're in now.
Tommy, just a different scenario when, if you really kind of look at also, when Polinick won here, he won in the Inland Sea on the east side of the Inland Sea.
Deep and nobody's on it.
But our electronics were not as advanced back then. Yeah. A lot of your fish were caught on the bottom using your 2D sonar right under the boat or your Mega 360. These guys are now able to see these fish 8 feet under the surface chasing pods of alewife that in years past were ghost fish. You caught them truly by mistake. Now it is deadly accuracy on every single cast. Every one of these guys cast is in front of a bass now where it was not in years past.
Yeah, like Cody said, man, we're catching fish that have been left alone in years past.
But we've got some great screenshots of that paint the story out of Cody Huff's boat on exactly what is going on. And these are absolutely not bottom-related fish. These fish act just like stripers in this lake.
About a pound cull here.
Go ahead and put them on the old raffle scale. That way, whenever we start catching them, don't have to just, we can just slap the scale on him and go on. It's a 330. Not where I want to be, but it makes me feel a little bit better. I thought they were like 2.5 pounders.
Justin Atkins hooked up.
Tail. Not that big.
And Tommy, really, a lot of people talk about it. It's just the way it is, the way that these smallmouth fisheries especially set up for the technology to really shine, where if you're not doing this, you're pretty much going to get your teeth kicked in. Hey, look at it like this, though. The guys that you're seeing excel in this tournament had to take their licks at places like the Sabine earlier this year, on lakes where it doesn't shine as much. So does it balance out? Not really, but I'm trying to manufacture some sort of
some sort of acting like it's normalcy or something. Yeah.
No, you're fine. You can stay back here while I'm talking. I just, a minute ago when I was going to open them lids all the way up, I just wanted to watch out.
Well, while we're Manufacturing the topic before facing sonar. We're going to do an unofficial Mercury Dare to compare. Back in the day, Tommy, we used to cover so many tournaments here where that vegetation would be such a big factor for largemouth. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of smallmouth that still absolutely relate to the grass in Lake Champlain. But one of the main things is that right there, that sort of bottom, looking at kind of a broken up gravel bottom mixed with a lot of zebra mussels in there, bigger boulders. And back in the day, most of the bass that we would see were bottom related due to the technology the anglers would use. But that paints a good picture, really, of where guys like Jay Shakurit, Koya Fujita, Cody Huff, that's what it looks like down there deep on Lake Champlain, also mixed with a lot of sand. That is your unofficial Mercury Dare to compare.
Well, Ed, I want to also give you kudos, Z, because you made an accurate prediction that Jason Christie would show us a largemouth, and he did.
No, I just begged them last night. Please break this up a little bit.
It was a mighty cute one, though, Tommy. It was definitely not one he was
a darling little largemouth.
It was just a little fellow.
Yeah.
Christie has fallen to 47th. He's got 4 fish. 3 of them go 1 pound.
Now listen, seriously, Christie talked about it. He competed for a victory here with largemouth years ago. And the other thing is, he said, I did see a 23 to 25 pound stringer largemouth in practice. So definitely still keeping it honest.
All right. We'll be on the lookout for that. Look at these beautiful sights around here. Just a gorgeous part of the country with the Green Mountains, the Adirondack Mountains, and the fish catching. Well, it's been magnificent today, that is for sure, especially in the case of Jay Shakurit and Koya Fujita. Man, oh man, these two, an ounce apart. Cody Huff, our leader from yesterday, regained his spot mostly. We got plenty more moves on the way in this tightly bunched field. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, is coming to the biggest season opener college football has seen in years. And his Colorado Buffaloes face 17th ranked TCU. Big noon Saturday on Fox starts September 2nd.
Tommy, are you a Colorado believer this year?
Are you? Okay.
No, are you?
Oh, am I? Yeah, sure. The Buffs can get it done. Absolutely.
Sure. I'm all in.
You know, start that momentum early. If you take out TCU, that'd be a big step toward a big year for sure. Won't be easy. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. Our live coverage continues.
Guys, we were talking about the bottom contours, bottom, attractions there with grass, rock, shell at the bottom of Lake Champlain. I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to show some of those contours that you were talking about, Z, those different places in the inland sea where a lot of current sweeps by, those big flats where those drop-offs occur. And when we look at our Lake Master mapping, we have a lot of different colors to sort through. Obviously, these are the islands. The land is the brown. And then you've got some red that's really shallow, gray that's in the middle, 9 to 10, 9 to 12 feet is green. You get that teen depths, 12 to 20 is in yellow. Once you get to that light blue and that gray right here, I believe these are the flats you were talking about before it dumps off into even deeper water in the main inland sea. But these cut throughs, it might not be a notorious flat that you may be accustomed to at home, which could be a 7 to 10 foot flat, a high spot. These high spots rise up from the 35, 40 foot range up to 27, 25 feet of water. And that is where all of these fish are related to the drop-offs. Another place that has a big flat north of here on the inland sea where another cluster of boats was also similar. It's got a huge portion of that 20 to 26 feet that is much different than that 35, and those contours start to get really tight before it drops off into the 40, 50, 60 feet of water. But you can see there's a lot of room for these smallmouth to go, and the flats might be 100 yards on a southern lake, but the flats up here, they could be a mile long, and it just depends where those bait balls are, which angler rolls up on the right pot of bait could be the one who finds 20 to 23 pounds instead of 17 to 19 pounds. So looking at our Lake Master mapping can kind of paint the picture that these anglers have already outlined for us.
One angler who's been doing really well at finding them, finding the bait balls and the big smallmouth is this man right here, our leader, Koya Fujita.
Another thing that those islands provide, especially on this west wind, Ronnie, is you can see where Fujita's at right there. If there's a west wind or a southwest wind, there is also a lot of protection.
What's very interesting is we saw guys catching the same weights relatively that we're seeing right now, 20 to 23 pounds. But in 2020, 2021, it was guys like David Mullins, Kobe Krieger up on some northern flats that were very shallow, top water cranking as well. And to see just a month later how flats that are in 20 to 30 feet of water produce those same quality fish.
I'm going through a lot of numbers now that are not going to help Fujita out, already with a big limit in his live well. And really, Tommy, it's hard to show this, but the Lake Master mapping that Ronnie was showing, a lot of these islands, like that island over Koya's right-hand shoulder, these islands are their own environment, their own habitat. There's a lot of grass, big boulders. A lot of these schools are born there, they live there, they die there. They don't, this is its own environment where these leaders are at this time around, where it's not like they migrate here. You know what I mean? The inland sea is its own true environment of spawning habitat, forage, just the right environment. And like we said in years past, for some reason though, the inland sea always tends, when it is firing, it's very, very hard to keep up with the bags that come out of the inland sea.
And it may not look super big to people. They're like, I have a big lake. We see Lake Erie, we see Lake Ontario. The inland sea is rightfully named. I remember coming at the south entrance of the Gut one year in an open, that 2018 open that Greg DePalma had a top 5 in. There was an angler up past these islands. It took us 45 minutes to go about 6 or 7 miles because of how big the waves were. It was one of the top 5 roughest boat rides I've ever dealt with, just trying to find people out in what we would consider a giant body of water.
Your top 4 right there.
And they're all pretty much within 3.5 miles of each other.
So you talked about the fact that you were sort of mining new territory here with the technology we have, and the fact that that deeper water is helping replenish everything, the upwelling from there. Do you see that as, since it's still fair, that holding out through the remainder of this tournament? You think it's,
absolutely.
Okay.
Without doubt. Yeah, and you know, this is the way they're fishing actually gets better as the month of August goes along. And the other, you know, you've heard anglers talk about, you know, will pressure affect it? These guys are not fishing areas that have hundreds of smallmouth, Tommy. They're in an area that has thousands of bass. You know, in that 6 to 8 mile stretch, there are thousands of fish, you know, actively just swimming around and eating. You know, the difference this time around, as I said, is traditionally, you know, back in the day, 4 or 5 years ago, back in the day, these guys were hoping to catch them on the bottom, and now to be able to utilize catching what was a ghost fish. You know, a suspended bass used to be a ghost fish, but it's not anymore.
The morning didn't catch a lot, but caught one good one right away, and then 2, you know, right under 4 pounds. And then I finally found the school of fish I've been looking for here about an hour ago. and got right pretty quick. I mean, I caught quite a few fish out of that school, and got, around 20 something. And now we're trying to catch this one that's right in front of us. I dumped big one earlier today, so I was a little disappointed about that, but it's all right. We'll get another one here, hopefully. Can't get them all. Oh,
the excitement in his voice is over the top right now, Tommy.
That's just kind of how he talks. I
He's
guess.
even.
No, Jay's awesome.
He does
One of
smile
the-
more
one of
this
the-
year than he did last year.
Yes,
I will
yes,
say that.
and I've been able to spend a lot of time with him. He's from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, and loaded with a family of Packers fans, and he's a huge Chicago Bears fan.
Really?
If I can get rid of those with some 4.5s, we'll have a nice solid bag, and be sitting good for day 3. So the plan for the rest of the day is scope around, and hopefully we can get two, maybe 3 more. Who knows? But we'll take 2 to start, and then get closer to 22 pounds for the day.
I didn't think you were allowed to split your allegiances up there. I thought those people were real hardcore, one team or the other.
It is his dad, who's a world-class champion professional walleye angler, Jason Shakurit, and he said, yeah, it gets a little tense during games, especially back, when the Packers have won everything the last 20 years. But going to be an interesting week 1 is all I'm saying in the NFL, Tommy Sanders. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Can't get here quick enough.
Hey, Cooper Gallant's made a nice move. He was 56. He just got a 4.5 and a 4. He's got our 3rd biggest bag of the day, 19.5 pounds. He's in 15th place. And what a ride he's made in Angler of the Year standings. He's 19th now. 2 events ago, he's 43rd, kind of on the bubble.
Wow.
Got to talk to Coop yesterday during the break in action, the off day. He previewed the St. Lawrence River for our next episode of the podcast, and he was a little distracted because he was below the cut line yesterday with 17 and change, had work to do at Champlain, was kind of bouncing between both topics, was talking about what we should expect next week. He said that he would rather spend, now listen to this, he would rather spend 2 hours in Lake Ontario than 8 hours in the St. Lawrence River if he had the choice. If the wind, weather, whatever, he said, I won't even practice my 2 days, now that they only have 2 days, won't even practice in the river at all.
Wow.
I would rather have 2 hours of fishing in Ontario than the St. Lawrence River for 8 hours. Incredible.
Well,
speaking of that, Jay Shakurit, he was the one who broke 100 pounds for the first time ever in smallmouth competition on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
102
Yeah,
plus,
and
I
if you-
think it was.
yes, if you really remember back to that tournament, 4 beautiful days of light winds and big smallmouth eating, Tommy, and I got to actually watch that tournament. I was not covering that event with you guys, and here's what I can tell you it looks like we're not going to have in 2023. That weather right there. Looking at the long range, going to get a little bit dicey this time around, at least on Friday and Saturday next week, but should just be a phenomenal semifinal Saturday and championship Sunday. Big win for Jay Shakurit last year.
The one phrase we heard time and again more than any other was that it never is like this 4 days in a row up here, ever. But it was. It was perfect. Corey Johnston also cracking that century mark in that tournament as well. Credit to him, too. 2 of them going over 100 pounds. Will it happen again? Well, it's not far away. We're going to find out very, very soon, but so much business to take care of here on Lake Champlain. There's the leaderboard as it stands right now. Jay Shakurit has nosed ahead of Fujita. Cody Huff not that far behind. And Greg DePalma, and the tournament of the year for him for sure. Plenty more on the way.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Well, tomorrow morning on Fox, history will be made as Spain battles England, with both nations looking for their first ever FIFA Women's World Cup title. Coverage begins at 5 a.m. Eastern, kickoff at 6 a.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, I know you've been following that relentlessly. Who do you have in that big championship round?
That's a tough one. I'm going to go coin flip Spain.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's where I'm going.
I'm going the opposite side. I think England's been on a roll and very intimidating group. Going to get back on the water right now. Cody Huff, a little bit slower today. Ronnie said he had bulk of his weight early yesterday.
That feels like one of the right ones. Stay on there, girl. Oof.
There's some great camera work from his cameraman, Jake Latondras, today of his screen paint the story.
Big old black one. Skin hooked. I mean, skin hooked. Man, I've been looking for that all day. Just see them out there like they're supposed to. Swimming around looking for something to eat and eating. 4-pounder.
Cody Huff has learned how to do that on his home water of Table Rock. Sonar fishing really the last 5 years. One of the big differences on day one actually was not yesterday, it was Thursday, their postponement. Cody Huff making the comment, he's used a way bigger shad style bait, fluke style bait of 4 to 5 inch size compared to other anglers with a 2 to 3 inch.
Bonus coverage of Caleb Sumrall there, having a great tournament up here. Hanging in there in the top 10, started outside of the 10, worked his way in, and he has been catching plenty all day.
He started the day 37th. He was up in second place for a while there, and then he's fallen now. Everybody else catching their limit to 9th. He's got a nice bag, 19 1/4.
He's had some good outings here before.
I think he finished 9th last time.
Yeah.
There goes a pound. There goes a pound.
Well, fair to say, this is the calmest Lake Champlain has been in this entire tournament.
Oh, yeah, man. Huge difference. Yesterday, at this point, it started to get pretty raucous out there.
Z, I'd say we were talking about Cody Huff, and now that we see Patrick Walters on here, two of the best young anglers, but really guys who brought a lot of attention in the top level of our sport in terms of that. I think Cody Huff won a college event at Toledo Bend, turned around and fished a Toyota Series event there the next week and won that one as well, right around the same time that Patrick Walters won the Lake Fork event by 29 pounds using it. So it was, it's crazy how in just a matter of 3.5 year span, how that's kind of, if you're not on it, you're behind the 8 ball sometimes.
Yes. And if you really look at, we talked about this a little bit on day one, if you look at who shines with this technology, it is the younger anglers.
It's raining back here where we were at.
Basically about 27 years and younger is guys that dominate with forward-facing sonar.
See, I did a story with Joyce Cifuentes, our winner at St. Clair, and he's trying to teach Larry Nixon, who kind of mentored him. They toured together a lot, and he taught him a lot about the lakes and informed him. But I wonder if Cody Huff is helping Rick Clunn from Avon, Missouri as well a little bit and trying to give him some pointers.
For sure, but I think Rick wants to just throw a spinnerbait wherever we go. He's cool with that. I think today was his 494th. This week is his 494th B.A.S.S. event.
Wow.
For Rick Clunn.
Rolling up on 500. That's amazing. He's been singing the praises of Cody for a good while.
How big he is. I think he's at least a 3-pounder.
Again, the job today, be in the top 50. Only the top 50 will fish tomorrow, and the top 10 after tomorrow fish on Championship Monday.
Yeah, and get a camera for semifinal Sunday tomorrow. You are gonna need 40 pounds, no doubt about it. That is amazing.
He ain't that big at all. But when the ones you got in the well ain't that big, you gotta play them.
Tommy, would you ever thought coming into this tournament, going into semifinal Sunday, that there would be in the top 10 potentially not a single largemouth bass weighed in from any of the anglers?
No, not coming in. I mean, you know, how do we promo Champlain? Always, you can everything from top waters to drop shots. Well, that's half right.
Yeah.
You know, but that's
you can catch them on that. You just might be 96.
That's right.
I think
that is so strange.
Z, I think last time we were here in 2021, I had a graphic that we put up going into the final day. There was 150 bass out of the top 10 anglers. You know, top 10 anglers, 15 bass each, 150 bass, 40 largemouth and 110 smallmouth. It's like you said, it could be 150 smallmouth, 0 largemouth this year.
That is going to be drastically different. It is possibly something we might not see for a long time.
There's 2 of them there. They're on the surface. I don't think it's going to help.
That fish we saw Caleb Summerall weighing, measuring, 4 1/4, got him over 20 pounds up to 6th place.
Maybe. It might. It's hard to say he's wide. He's got lamprey on his tongue. See it?
Oh, yeah.
Stuck it off, little tiny one. Maybe. The smallest is a 337 on here. Yeah, he's heavier. On my finger. It's just a hair heavier. 341. Almost 3.5, but that was number 4.
Here we go.
That was just fun to watch. I remember those days, Tommy.
Yes, it's like a relic.
Decent size.
Yeah.
Number 5.
A blast from the past. Jason Christie, tremendous day yesterday, coming in plus. really rough go of it today.
Hey, we've used this term with other things around the Bassmaster studios, but it seems like the largemouth have
We'll give
had
him
their
3.
chance. They've had their time at Lake Champlain if they want to factor. At least this year.
Well, don't forget to weigh 3 p.m. Eastern Time, promptly 3 p.m. Eastern Time. From our great host city, Plattsburgh, New York. Dave Mercer in charge, going to start then, and we will find out who the 50 are who will continue so that we can go on to day number 3 of this tournament semifinal Sunday. 50 anglers lighter, unfortunately, but that's the way it works. So put that down, 3 o'clock today for the weigh-in. We'll be right back to Champlain.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A little bit of time left in our live coverage of the Day 2 Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. Next to last stop of the year for these anglers. All these races are coming down to the wire. At the end of next week, it will all be complete, but a lot more to see before this one is done. Looking for 50 to go on and fish tomorrow. Jay Shakurit of Wisconsin, the man on top by an ounce unofficially, ahead of Koya Fujita. Cody Huff, our Day 1 leader, is right in the middle of it as well.
Tommy, you're talking about the top of the leaderboard right there on Bass Track, our top 10 unofficially. And as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I wanted to kind of talk about some of the guys of note that are below the cut line. That 50 mark, like you said earlier, we're going to lose 52 anglers going into semifinal Sunday, and then we'll cut it down to top 10 for championship Monday. But when we look at Rapala, Bassmaster, Fantasy Fishing, and Mercury Drain the Lake. A couple key guys coming into this event with notorious good histories here. Seth Fighter, Brandon Polinick, Mike Iaconelli. Iaconelli being a Northeast angler, has had a lot of success at Champlain over the years. Brandon Polinick, a winner here in 2020. Also good finishes in the other events where he didn't win. And then Seth Fighter, 3 Elite Series events here. 3 top 5 finishes for him, and surprisingly, after day 1, they were all 3 below the cut. We had Seth Fighter on Bassmaster Live 16-2. He had to salvage that with largemouth on day 1. Brandon Polinick made a post of just how the despair that he felt after day 1 of why so many fish came off for him. You can go from having 20 to 21 pounds of bass on your line, but that doesn't mean they're getting in the boat. Ends up with 13 pounds in an 87th place. And then Mike Iaconelli did not want to talk at weigh-in, was very short, not his normal smiling and laughing self. 11 pounds, 5 ounces for him, 93rd. And we were talking during the break, if you're in 87th, if you're in 93rd, other places, you're only a few pounds from the cut. Here, you're over 5 to 7 pounds from the cut line. You not only need to catch them good on day 2, you have to catch them better than anyone else, probably have the biggest bag of the day to make that jump. I think Brandon Polinick has a 20-pound bag today. Mike Iaconelli does not have Bass Track rolling form right now, and I think Seth Fighter's got another 15 to 16-pound bag. So those guys are going to definitely need more, and Polinick's got 20. He's going to need to make it 23.
Another reason to watch that weigh-in today, 3 Eastern Time. We remind you. Back to Justin Atkins. Worked his way back into the top 10, fell out good many spots earlier, but.
And again, if you're gonna tune in with us here on semifinal Sunday, with the way that the weather is setting up tomorrow, it should be even better fishing tomorrow with really high skies and pretty fair winds.
That is a big one. All right, I need you to just be nice.
So the one thing to definitely look forward to is, great as the fishing has been here today, Semifinal Sunday, your top 50 anglers, the way the weather is setting up for tomorrow should actually be even better than we have seen today. Very high skies, reasonable winds tomorrow.
That's a good one.
And Tommy, it's fair to say, like the Lake St. Clair Bassmaster Elite Series event, you can already tell you've got that vibe. This one is going to go down to the final hour again for sure on Championship Monday.
Now, if you're someone who's down there in the high 40s or something, you make the cut.
312.
Is anyone going to venture going down to Ticonderoga tomorrow?
I don't think so at this point. Anyway.
Okay.
You would have seen that, I think, in years past.
Not the way it's going now.
I would like to see it, but I don't think we're going to see it this tournament. And literally, I don't think we're going to see one angler make the run to Ticonderoga, and I don't think we've ever seen that before in any tournament going out of Plattsburgh, New York.
Back over to Bryant Smith. Want to pick up on a little note for you here. MLB on FS1 pregame, that 1 hour studio show. Right around the corner, Kevin Burkhardt, Dontrell Willis, Dexter Fowler getting us all prepped and ready for Red Sox Yankees at 1 Eastern.
I have to say, Tommy, not lying, I was a huge Dontrell Willis fan when he was
Me
with
too.
the Marlins.
Me too. He was fantastic.
Didn't do it like most people. It was a little unorthodox at times, but man, he brought it.
He was kind of the Juan Marichal of his age.
Bring back the high leg kick, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I have? Is this a drum? Please be a bass. There's no way it ain't.
Smith doing a good job. Hats off to the majority of our top 10 to start this day have managed to remain in there. That's not easy to do here.
It's not even that big.
And really, one of the things that we got to see on day one on Thursday, there were some big smallmouth caught late in the day in the inland sea. Jay Shakur, one of those anglers that upped his bag in the last hour. So a lot of fishing yet to go today.
Smith may not be 1 or 2 in Rookie of the Year. He may be down the list just a little bit, right behind those guys, but fantastic year. He's made more cuts than he's missed. He's had a top 10 and one top 12. Trying to make it another top 10 this week.
Their Wheaties this morning. Good Lord. I guess that's what happens when you haven't caught one in a while.
Coverage going to continue here. Bassmaster.com. Get the live mix coming up. We'll have live coverage there all the way till weigh-in time at 3 p.m. That's also on Bassmaster.com. Now tomorrow, right here on FS1, we get it started same time, 8 a.m. Eastern time. Semi-final Saturday. 50 anglers going for 10 spots in the final. It will be exciting. As Mark Zona says, conditions will be perfect.
we been live much? Okay. They go to it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah.
Okay, we're live. Welcome back to Live Mix. We're watching Justin Atkins, and we're getting questions from the booth that Justin's answering. He doesn't realize that the timing of some of the things that he says are perfect.
Are we live?
Yeah, we are live, and I'm back with Trey Zaldane, the better half to Chris Zaldane, and we're watching Justin Atkins, who is really needing this tournament.
Is he in jeopardy of not making the elites?
No, he's just in a position that he needs to stay in that top 70.
Okay.
And I don't know where he is now. I think he's in the 50-something. There you go. Yeah. But he didn't start there. He was 71st, 72nd going into this event.
So the top 70
are free and clear.
They make the next year automatically?
Right. Automatic.
Okay.
And then the way that works is, from 70th to the 101 to whatever there is, then there will be 10 of those based on their lifetime average with a minimum of 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
For those who have an average, I guess.
Lifetime average, is that so from the day they stepped on the elites, or does that start like 2019?
No, they stepped on the elites.
Okay.
Elites only, and then if every 5 years you're in the elite, you get to drop your worst score. So, and then there'll be the 10 of those out of that 30 something will be asked to requalify.
All right.
So
10 guys get dropped.
10 guys get dropped, 9 from the Opens and 1 from the Federation. So from the EQ, the elite qualifier. So
Justin's in 10th today, 15-11.
Yeah. So we're here with Trey. Trey does, if y'all hadn't checked out the, is it the Bilge Pump?
The Bilge podcast, no
The
pump.
Bilge podcast.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic. There's a lot of great stuff. She's the toughest interviewer in bass fishing, period.
I don't know about tough, just have a live mouth on me, I'm surprised you invited me here today.
I got my backup around here somewhere.
Good.
So no, I wanted to have you because I love the questions you ask. Now, I might ask you some tough questions, but I haven't got any at the moment.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Well, I would say, I'm going to say, what did you and Chris do yesterday?
We filmed with Greg Hackney, a Bilge podcast, and it was my favorite. Obviously, I love the Zona one, but Hackney, I know he's a smart dude. I know he's quick, but I enjoyed the conversation.
He's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He really is. He's the most technical angler we have.
Yeah.
And he is the most critical thinker.
Yes.
That we have, and a lot of people don't know that about him. He kind of keeps it to himself and that kind of thing, but
very analytical, and the best part was when he admitted he believes in aliens.
He believes in aliens and Bigfoot.
Yes. Well, I don't know. You'll have to watch, but I don't know how confident he is in the Bigfoot thing anymore.
Oh, he's kind of gotten away from the Bigfoot. Yeah. Probably because he hadn't seen one.
Well, that's the thing. He said if there was a Bigfoot, someone around his parts would have it in their farmhouse by now.
Yeah, they'd be eating on it.
Showing everybody.
Yeah, they would have it mounted on the wall. So, but, I mean, Hackney does have a lot of interesting, what he thinks about things just completely different. And love visiting with him, known him since he was 14, and I don't know how old he is now, but I don't even know how old I am anymore.
Sure.
Oh, shut up.
That's convenient.
Yeah. So says the young little girl.
I don't know. I'm getting old these days.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That baby making clock is on. My husband reminds me all the time. We got to.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, tell me a little. I mean, I'm not going to ask you about that as much, but I want to know. I mean, so Chris wants to have a little Zaldane.
He does, but I don't know if I'm ready for it. If you've been around our dogs, he spoils.
You only
them.
have a flock of dogs.
I know, and he spoils them. So, my family says if you guys have a kid, it's going to be a terror.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah.
Well, and different from these other kids, how?
True. Well, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Chris's dogs do no wrong. None.
Really?
Yeah, I do wrong before the dogs do wrong.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. No, he'll be a great father though.
Well, there's no doubt. So why are you waiting?
We're not waiting. We're trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we won't get into that. I don't want to know about it.
Are you prepared for us to have a kid? Can you imagine my qualities and Chris's qualities?
I have 5 grandkids.
Yeah.
5 grandkids. 3 kids, 5 grandkids. I'm my household. I got plenty. Lisa, don't run off because you're going to join us right here in this seat when you come back. I'm talking to Lisa Talmadge as she walks away, and we're going to have her come and sit.
I like that Lisa's coming on.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Lisa fan.
I am too, big time. And y'all can talk about you and Chris and having me another grandbaby. I'm done with that conversation right now.
It's probably good in 2020.
I mean, I have this conversation with my youngest daughter and my son-in-law. It's like, really? Come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that hard.
You sound like my parents.
Yeah, it's not, people do it all the time and don't want it to happen. So, I mean, what do you do? I mean, it's like losing a fish. It happens. Come on.
It does. It does.
So, but really, so y'all play with the dogs. You did your podcast.
Yeah, we did podcast.
But life on the road with Chris. I mean, Chris is high energy.
Yeah.
And I mean, he is like
opposite of me. Polar opposite. Yeah.
I wasn't sure I was going to say it that way.
It's true, though. He knows it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, sit down, Lisa. We're going to watch Bryant Smith here catch fish while Lisa slides in here and gets her headset on.
He's someone I would love to do a podcast with.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me why. Because I don't know Bryant very well.
Neither do I, but seeing someone make it from the West Coast in today's world, with everything they've got up against them, I would assume he's a strong angler and mentally tough as well.
But do you really think it was any different for him than for Chris?
Yes. I think that the opportunities out west are less and less these days than when Chris was. There was still good opportunity. Chris was fishing some Western Opens before he transitioned and stuff. And I think that just as it's progressed, I'd say not that Chris had it easier. He still had to make that drive. He still had to make that jump. But I just think, I don't know. I feel like there were a little more opportunities back then.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't even think about opportunities anymore. Look, my opportunities are when do I get to take a nap?
How is Bryant doing today?
He's up there in the top
4. Wow.
He's 4th.
Nice.
Doing well, and I always noticed through my career that when you get to a bigger water and you get to pressured fish and even smallmouth, deeper water, finesse type stuff, that the West Coast really comes out in guys, and which is totally different than Chris Zaldane, who thinks that if he can't catch it on a big ass small swim bait, that it ain't gonna bite. But because I know that he can do all that.
Yeah. When we first, we'll be married 8 years and 2 months. I can't believe it's been that long. But when we first started dating, he was all about the finesse, and he would tell me all the time, I can't throw a swim bait all the time in tournaments or I'll get beat. And then we are.
Then you got married, and that's all he does.
Yeah.
So Lisa, how was your day yesterday?
In the morning, about 3 I got up because I knew that going into yesterday that I had to get up early, watch the weather. But when I start getting calls from anglers and texts about 4, I knew that I really needed to dive in and work with the National Weather Service and looking at AccuWeather, looking at Wind Finder. That was the big thing, the wind and the possibility of lightning and hail I heard, and then possibility of tornadoes as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Up here, tornadoes. Wow. See, that's what a lot of folks, and one of the main reasons why I wanted you to make a little cameo was to explain. They don't have any idea what you go through to make the call that you had to make on Friday morning, which was that, and all the work that you do, all the phone calls and websites and everything else. It's not just, I think I'm going to cancel this tournament. It looks pretty bad out there. No, it's so much more. And it was going on all night. I was getting some of the same texts that you were getting the night before. I turned my phone off at 3 o'clock so I could go to sleep. But, there's so many implications there. I mean, we have FS1. We have AOY and Rookie of the Year. We have a 4-day tournament. And then we've got a 2-day practice and a 4-day tournament on the back side of this. There's so many little moving parts, and I know it's not easy.
It's not easy. And the last thing I want to do is postpone a day. I mean, like you said, there's just so much behind it that goes on. I mean, they think that we postpone a day and then we go and take a nap. But there's all the planning, the expense of more hotels, and, some people want to fly out, but they got to stay. And there's just a lot that goes behind scenes logistically when we do have to postpone. So we do not like to, but, always the anglers out on the water, our staff out on the water, marshals, we have to really actually protect the anglers from themselves. So, because, they're competitive and they're going to go no matter what. If
they're going to go 9 to nothing.
Yeah.
We're sitting with a wife of an angler who doesn't know when to slack up.
He's one. If you gave him the green light, he would go to wherever he plans to go, no matter what, and then, we would deal with the outcome. So I'm thankful when you make those calls. Even like yesterday, we didn't really know what was going to happen, but there's a liability there, and I think we've learned over the years that second-guessing Mother Nature is not an option, so.
Right, and, my big thing was there was 2 big elements yesterday. You had the south wind, because you have this gigantic, wide-open lake, so you have the south wind, and then you have the possibility of lightning, and, look, there's, no cover.
None.
Right.
And then if they have these huge rollers trying to get away from it, it's going to be difficult. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was very brutal out there Thursday, and some of these guys know how to drive in that. Some of these guys don't care. They're young enough to where they don't care. But one of the things that Lisa has to take into account, as does B.A.S.S, is we've got a marshal group there, right? And they average probably 60 years of age. I mean, and that's with the young ones and a lot of 70-year-old guys that, you get a 30, 35-year-old balls to the wall angler who's worried only about the next bite, he can hurt somebody.
Right. And I did lose a lot of marshals after Thursday. They were calling and saying,
I ain't doing that again.
We're not doing that again.
Right.
So
I don't blame them. I mean, I really don't. They paid for the option to do that. It's not like we're paying them, They're not.
Right. But I had heard, I didn't come out here and stand and look, but I had heard from some of the anglers that did take the ferry. They said at 1 it was rolling pretty good, so they were thankful. But, I didn't hear too much grumbling. I did have a couple anglers that were pretty upset that I didn't send them. They let me know. But then there's a lot of them that sent me texts that said, thank you. Thank you. You know, 'cause they didn't want to be out there. And then I also appreciate the wives, because I get some wives after I make a call, they're like, "Thank you for doing that."
Yeah. Sometimes, like you said, the guys need you to be the person, the responsible person.
Well, nobody's, you line these guys up, any guys, doesn't matter if anglers or whatever, and they're just type A personalities, and they say, okay, we're gonna see who can run through this brick wall, and there'll be a couple of them try it until somebody says, "Are you stupid? Stop doing that," But they're not going to back down. I mean, it's just the way we're wired, and but there's some of our other anglers who've been through the mixes and said, I don't want to do that. And strangely enough, and I would bet you if you'd asked Rick Clunn, he'd said, well, we should go. We always went when I was limited to a 17-foot boat and a 150 horsepower motor. We should go, and you should make your day around what the weather is providing. But
part of the strategy.
Back in those days, those guys paid an entry fee. Everybody paid an entry fee, front and back, and you couldn't just go and make a marshal go as well. And there's so much more liability. Lawyers are so willing to sue over everything.
Right.
I appreciate you. I really do.
I just want to get them all back safely, because I can't have that on my conscience.
Right.
Oh, Jay's hooked up.
Oh.
He's already got 20 pounds.
He said it was a big one. I got a glimpse of it, and I was thinking maybe it wasn't, but oh. Oh.
No.
Oh, my goodness. This is when I'm actually sitting here watching this, hoping that one of my photographers is right out there and getting the juice.
So is Jay as calm and collected, Lisa, as he is on camera?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jay, one morning, he calls, not a tournament, anywhere near, coming up, 4:30 in the morning on a Saturday, and asks if he can fish on tournament waters. At 4:30 in the morning, can you call me when it's not 4:30 in the morning on a Saturday?
That's awesome.
Oh, you get some of the same calls I get. But more than I do. I'm just joking. I mean, I do get those. Uh-oh.
Oh, did Koya just jump ahead?
Yeah. His smallest fish is a 4-pounder, Jay's is.
I think he just caught a 4.8 that cooled a 3 something.
It's a 4 though, so good.
No, he just seems to be just quiet all around.
That's cool.
Doesn't get too excited ever.
So Koya has taken a 3-ounce lead. And I'm telling you, there's 3 ounces. They're just back in a virtual tie.
Makes for a good weigh-in.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be.
Good fish.
I know I heard you guys talking about Bass Track a lot. How some of the wives like to watch it, some of them don't. I wish that we could turn it off an hour before the weigh-in.
I agree.
But, I mean, I understand why we don't, but for the fans, and
I agree
I would
totally.
like to turn it off an hour before.
I'm just wondering what that will go in, because he never mentioned the weight. He had a 315, which he just threw back, and a 4+ there with a 3-ounce deficit. So
I wish that they all had the same scale and that it just automatically updated Bass Track for them. That there was a more standard, streamlined process.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying because I've had some fans send in emails saying they would like what they put in Bass Track to be what when we weigh the fish that
Be closer to
yeah,
the
yeah.
actual weight.
A little more accurate.
But so many of these guys sandbag,
Mhm.
and they do that for several reasons. One is nobody wants to come up there with a lighter sack than what Bass Track says, and so they overcompensate. Two is depending on the lake or the river, they don't want the locals to say, well, I just passed J.H. Carrot and he's got 20. Let's stop there. You know, they're still wanting to protect some of their identity and some of their spots and some of their, pressure, because even though if a guy just comes out there and he wants to just watch, he's still got his electronics on. His boat still provides some amount of pressure along with the pinging of his depth finders and trolling motor blades and other things. And so
And
they're
it
just
also it attracts the photographers too.
yeah.
If you enter in what you have with some of these guys, which is like 3 or 4 pounds difference, then all of a sudden you have a photographer.
But that's supposed to be the good thing. That's part of the the platform.
It is, right? So the newer guys understand that more so, but also you expose yourself, to showing off historical markers and
Historical markers, baits, cameras are really good. My photographers are really good. But at the same time, you're fighting to get into a position to have a cameraman in your boat with you.
Exactly.
And you're going to see some of that other stuff based on that. But I guess, it's really kind of a weird juggle, I guess.
Right. You want the engagement.
I need it. And then I'm like, oh, God, I don't want to, I get it. I get that. But at the same time, it's so necessary. I mean, I want my photographers to be on the guys that are going to win, lead, make a story out of this event.
Right.
We need to chronicle their days. We need to chronicle the fish that they catch. That fish that J.H. Carrot caught. If this was late on the final day, then we need to have the record of that. So we would know that this is the winning fish. Our sport has been too secretive for 40 years.
I agree.
Okay.
I understand your side. I'm for your side, but I know why some guys don't want to attract you guys.
They don't like us.
Correct.
Well, we don't like them either. Well, we got to take a break. I really appreciate the fact that Trait and Lisa are here. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about this stuff. We'll try to figure out how to make these anglers like photographers.
Good luck.
Good luck with that. But one thing that will happen is we'll be here, and maybe you'll like us when you come back. Stay with us.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Have they been doing that? God.
All right, welcome back to Live Mix, Lake Champlain. Elite number 8 of 9, day 2. Day 2, and we're typically not doing Live Mix on day 2, but we got day 2, and we've got the women of Bass as our commentators today. It's been fantastic, and I love you ladies for helping me. But I'm just going to give you an example of this whole sandbagging thing. So Carrot catches a fish. He doesn't really even look very hard at the other fish that he culled with it. And it was in there at 3:15, and then he puts the one that he into the live well at 4, and he makes up an ounce on, come on.
Right.
Come on. How many quarters are missing there? And I don't even know, what a quarter is in Japan, but I mean,
All of his weights, right, Jay's, are like at either like dead on at a quarter, right? He doesn't have any wiggle room before. That's your biggest sign that the guy's sandbagging.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then I don't know. I haven't really figured out Koya. He weighs all his fish. And I know. I mean, so I don't know if he's that accurate or if he's sandbagging or if because I don't know what those guys are talking about. I can't hear them.
I think that he probably, with the fact he doesn't tell baits, he doesn't talk much, is probably sandbagging too. That would just go in line with his other thought processes.
Yeah, the Koya and Taku and Kenta and Masa, they just don't want you to know what they're doing.
Hey, they're savages.
So yeah, but I mean, and so we were having this discussion as we went on break and then during break about the very thing that makes this sport work is the fact that your men have constantly got to be teaching, passing on knowledge, passing on strategy, passing on how to, or they're going to die in this world. And so, none of the Japanese anglers give anything. They don't care about any of that.
They want to hold all their secrets tight.
Right. And secrets aren't good for, I guess maybe they are if you can figure them out. I think that's a good debate to have with some of them, but I don't speak Japanese, so I don't have to have that debate.
Have you guys encouraged them to speak Japanese on live? I mean, there is an international mix.
Why are you asking me that?
I'm just asking.
You know what? Becky Iaconelli wants me to have an angler daycare when we have canceled days, and now I got to worry about the rest of the world instead of just the anglers and you ladies.
Well, I agree with her there.
What did y'all do on your day off?
We filmed a podcast with Hackney. It was phenomenal. And then, daycare.
David, angler daycare.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, there you go. Maybe I will start an angler daycare.
I would love it.
But I don't know that I would. So basically, what you and I are talking about with Jay and Koya is they're exchanging body shots right now.
Mm-hmm. Jabs.
I mean, they're just back and forth, back and forth. It's at this point in the day at 12:40, 2 hours left, more or less, with some travel time. It's going to be real interesting to see how close those two actually are.
Well, have you noticed in past tournaments if Koya has his weight been very different from Bass Track versus official?
It's not been one of those. It's not been one of those things that you just focus on it because he's not been in this position this early in the event. This is when you really see the sandbagging part. And and some of these guys have cameramen, and they're doing the weights.
I remember when Wes was still a cameraman, and Chris would say that he would sandbag, and Wes would put in the accurate weight because Wes had the eyes. He knew fish that well. Mm-hmm. And so Chris would I tried to sandbag, but Wes was keeping me honest.
Yeah. And it's hard. Smallmouth are hard. Largemouth's a lot easier to guess and to tell. But, that last fish that he caught was a 4-pound plus fish. When he pulled it in, you could see how thick it was. And it had a good belly. And so, therefore, that's where all the weight comes from. It's not as much length as it is the girth of that fish. But you don't always get to see that. The largemouth, you pretty much can tell. You get it. It's all very evident there. Oh. See now, Jay, tell us what you're doing. You're pulling out another rod. It's middle of the day. I want to know what he's done.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's where I wish they would communicate to the viewers just a little more, which I get it. He's got to catch fish. He's focused. You know, his job is to catch fish first and not inform the viewers. But as a viewer, I would love for him to articulate, I just saw this, blah, blah, blah.
And I need to get out to get another rod out of my boat. I've only got 20 out here now. Of course, he's only got 5 or 6, but then Koya can just say no Espanol, no speaky English, whatever.
That's why I think like it would be cool if they spoke Japanese. I mean, obviously the subtitle thing is not going to happen in that moment, but at least the people watching, the viewers on the international feed would get that, you know.
Yeah. Maybe we ought to hire a Japanese cameraman.
There's enough Japanese guys these days, and I'm sure the viewership internationally is fairly decent. I think it would be worthwhile.
I know it would be nice if they were letting us know, letting the viewers know what they're looking at, what they're targeting.
Yep, same.
So, you know, and I'll ask you this, Lisa. I mean, one thing that's totally out of character, and we've talked about this several different times, is how laid back Koya is. Out on the water, doesn't matter when. How many mornings have you seen him come through boat check still eating breakfast with a plate of food in his lap?
Oh, a lot. I
Yeah,
even
I mean,
called
it's
him
pretty constant.
to see, you know, was
Are you
Marshall
coming?
looking? Yes, yes. And when I first met him, I talked to Sego and Taku, and they just said he's really laid back.
Doesn't get in a hurry.
Doesn't get in a hurry, and it's just not typical for Japanese anglers.
Nope.
They're usually here, like
Nope.
the first
They're the
ones.
first world cheer. Yes. They're do it, you know, and then he'll catch a fish. I covered him at Santee, and he'd catch a fish, and then he'd sit down for 5-10 minutes while he retied everything. And I'm like, you know, golly, there could be another one up there ready to bite. Cool, you know, you got to fire back in there. The same thing that we do as team partners, right?
Right.
Get back in there.
Do the Japanese guys, do they communicate with you a lot, like over role issues or like questions or having issues maybe in a tournament?
So Jackie, do you know Jackie? With
Everybody knows Jackie.
Yes.
Yep.
I work through Jackie a lot with the Japanese anglers. So they'll call him and Jackie will call me. But yesterday, Koya was having trolling motor issues. I think his bracket came off his trolling motor, and he actually called me, which was great. And so his English is getting a lot better.
Good.
And I knew exactly what he was telling me.
That's
And so,
awesome.
yeah. So I know he's trying.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's what I've always wondered. You know what the interaction is on y'all's side with the Japanese guys, you know? Do they have issues? And if they do they, like, tell you guys, you know, or if they're just like, whatever?
No, they do.
No,
they do. They'll go through Jackie, or a lot of times Sego as well.
Sure.
Sego will help me
Sego helps a lot.
a lot, yes.
And then eventually they get to a point to where, I mean, you can have a very lucid and open conversation with Kenta.
Oh, yeah.
And I can remember Yusuke was very rough on the beginning, but now he's very Americanized, and you can have a very good conversation with him. It will take time. I mean, it'd be just like if you had to go to Japan and you spent, I mean, and truthfully, Koya's been here for a few months. I mean, realistically, he'll pick up the language. I mean, it's hard not to. We don't have Japanese television here. Now, whether these guys are pretty disciplined as well. He may be just completely focused on fishing and
A lot of the Japanese anglers they text me a lot.
Oh, that makes sense.
So that's how, I mean, I do communicate with them a lot when I don't have Jackie or Sego.
Very cool.
It's texting.
Is there something that is there a particular hurdle or obstacle that a new Japanese guy always seems to have more than something else?
I can't think of anything that right offhand that they have an issue with.
so cool just to know, they don't give up everything, but to come over here and they usually stay here the entire season. They rarely go home. That's
Well, Kenta, I just found this out. Kenta, he fishes all the opens. He's here.
Right.
So he's in the U.S. for how many months out of the year?
Most
and he
of
has a family.
Back home.
Yes.
I know.
And I just found that out at St. Clair.
They give up a lot to be here. It's very dedicated. So it's cool because I fished against Kenta my entire opens career, and I love Kenta. I think he's just a really good dude. He's a great fisherman. So to see him finally put it together, make the elites, and then put it together on the elites, like that's a really cool story.
He's a beast.
Yes, he is, and he's doing so well on the opens each year.
He is, man.
It's like the light switch flipped, and he just took off.
Yeah. Well, I loved when Taku won. It was fantastic for the sport. I can remember Norio Tanabe at Kentucky Lake, and I remember Marizo at Gunnersville and Kentucky Lake, and Takahiro at, there in the Carolinas. I can't believe they had a little brain jump there. But, I mean, it's always good to see these international guys do well. I love seeing Carl Jokerson do well. And I've seen him struggle. And, there's a nice one.
I know with Carl, he just to me just has this huge heart,
Oh, yeah. He's fantastic.
It's like he puts everything into it.
All right.
Is there another angler in the international system that's on the verge of qualifying that y'all can think of from another country?
Not from any of the ones that we've, there's a, I think there's a couple of Canadians that are strong. I'm not sure about Japan.
I'm surprised we haven't seen like someone from Spain.
Italy. I think they've tried. I think they have tried. But the thing that I think that's a chunk there. And you're talking about wide, and that's Alex Redwine.
Like a football.
Yeah.
All around.
How is he doing in the overall?
He is
68, so he's kind of fighting for his life too.
Fighting for his qualification.
I wonder if he's about to call that 2-pounder out.
Oh yeah, that'll be a great call.
No, your husband is really good on camera explaining what he's doing.
He enjoys it, and I think with him, he's got a confidence that even if he tells the world what he's doing, he can outfish them. Maybe sometimes, extra confident in that, but that helps,
No, you can learn a lot listening to him.
He really
well, I mean, and that's the key. Look at that.
That's a good call. There's that too.
That's a 2-pound coal. So that's going to put him at third or fourth. He's not even going to put a tag in it because he knows he's not going to call that one. We must be on a bite. I'm going to tell you all about the bites. It's not just smallmouth either.
There's not a lot of sun either.
No, I was thinking it would come with the sun.
I don't know if the wind is picking up as well. I don't know if that's a big player for them out there.
But it's more out of the west, which is
Is it a west wind?
Yeah.
And Matty, he cracks me up because he's so animated.
He is.
So what does that say? Can you see it?
I think it's between number 1, and number 3.
I don't know what that means.
Let's go take a look.
Steve, do you have a lot of experience here on Champlain?
Like I said, guys, we're not
I've
done
covered
yet.
several tournaments here.
So a west wind here with how the current works here, that's a good thing?
Well, the worst winds are south and north.
Mm-hmm.
Wind on this lake, especially if you're in the inland sea, there's no good wind.
Sure.
Right? But south wind is what built up here on Thursday and made these 3 and 4 footers out here at the breakwall. A north wind would have done the same thing out on the other side of that point. So those are the bad winds. Now this one here, I mean, the lake runs north and south,
right?
And so it looks to me like it's out of the west, and so I know enough about it to be stupid. Okay.
Same.
But here's what I do know. When we flipped over to Matty Wong, he was catching one, and he just caught one. And then we went from him to Alex Redwine, and there's probably some other catches that are going on right through that. The one thing that Bass Track has done for us is it gives us an opportunity to see these flurries. Now, in 2001, Bassmaster Classic at New Orleans, I had a house trailer
It's crazy because when you don't find them.
at Bayou Signet with like 8 telephones in it. And I sat there all day. And my deal was to man these telephones. And I had a red line straight to the director's truck in ESPN. And the phone would ring, and it would be this cameraman,
Is that too much to ask?
Van Dam just caught, Brent Chapman just caught, et cetera, et cetera. I would sit there for an hour. And these guys would be from Venice to Bayou Signet to Bayou Black to all over, and then all of a sudden, every phone would ring. It didn't matter. It was like within a minute and a half, 2 minutes, every one of them would have caught a fish. That's how these little bite windows open up, and it's not always just a specific spot.
Right.
But I mean, it was the whole Louisiana Delta that responded. Boom, during a 2, 3, 4, 5 minute deal, and every one of those phones would ring.
That's cool.
And then it would go away, and it'd be sitting there going, okay, and then the next thing you know, you're about asleep, and they'd just do it again, and they'd do it together, almost in unison. It was crazy. That was when I was glad that that helped us kind of go from that point to the Bass Track point, to where we could have a little bit better of a record of that.
I mean, there's only, I think, 25 marshals today.
Right.
And then 10 camera, and then a few personal media. So there's a lot of guys that might be doing well,
but they're not.
But they're not entering it in
Right.
Bass Track.
There might be one of these guys at top, but I think that you can count on the top 3, 4, 5 guys being the top 3, 4, 5 guys.
So if Chris is in 32nd, what you are saying is he's probably outside the cut right now with how little are reporting.
It's a possibility.
Possibility, yeah. But it's also a possibility that Chris is sandbagging.
Yeah, I don't know. He's getting closer these days, and I don't like it. I want him to go back to sandbagging.
Maybe he's already there.
I don't like the more accurate readouts.
And the Bass Track is so easy to use. If they just left it open, they just have to enter the weight and done.
Super simple. Do they? So they're not required to run Bass Track if they don't have a marshal.
They are not required. We do offer a contingency of $1,000 if they use it.
Yeah, they use it and are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Chris is like, maybe if I win this contingency and I get another $1,000, then Trait's going to be okay with having.
Yeah. He hasn't. He's had a rough year, so that $1,000 would be appreciated this year.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it is enough. I mean, it seems like some would use it more.
Right.
You know.
Oh, Joey Fuentes asked me about it this morning, and he's like, "Oh, I did not know that." I'm like, "What do you mean you didn't know it?" "I didn't know it." He said, "I'm going to start winning that." And his wife standing there says, "You better start winning that."
I think Ed Lochran's won it the most.
Yeah, I'm sure he
so
has.
He spent a whole off season dialing in his skill, so he knows mathematically if my skill says this, then I need to add this or this to it.
Yeah, he plays for that money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a smart thing to do.
You don't need morning coffee when you got.
I think John Cruz won it at St. Clair.
I mean, that's what, an extra $8,000 a year if you won it every time.
You won it every time. I mean, me, I have to work all month to make $1,000. So, I mean, and they get to do it in a couple of days.
It's like try to take advantage of all the money that's
Right.
offered.
Right.
So who is right now leading the Phoenix overall Big Bass of the year?
That would have to be Jason Christie. 9 pounds something at Lay Lake, of all the places.
Wow.
So he might.
He's going to win
yeah,
it.
Right.
He's going. There will not be a 9-pound smallmouth caught here.
Just tap it in.
So Maddie's one of those guys, right, fighting to not lose his elite status, correct?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in 75th right now.
He needs to have a good tournament here and a good tournament next week. The better tournament he can have here, the less of a better one he can afford over there.
Do you guys have that on the screen during production ever of where guys are in their elite requalification run?
It is such a fluid and moving thing. There's no way that we could have that because.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Couple more hours coverage. We're just short of a couple more hours coverage coming your way. Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. This is, again, the 8th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series out of 9 destinations, and a lot of stuff coming down to the wire. A lot of guys desperate to hang on to what they've got or to improve their position some way or another. This is the standings unofficially as they are right now. Koya Fujita, the rookie, on top. It's kind of been back and forth between he and Jay Shakura for the last 2 or 3 hours now. Those two doing just fantastic work, and Cody Huff joining the fray as well with 43 pounds plus. So got a good contest out there today. Of course, 50th being the ultimate number today. Only the top 50 will fish tomorrow. That'll be semifinals Sunday, and then we'll have championship Monday again. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, and of course Mark Zona there with us. It's a different looking day than yesterday. It got really kind of nasty yesterday, but today, I mean, we have seen it's not been a lot of diversity in what we have seen, but it has been entertaining.
No, and I really think, Tommy, the main story in this tournament, right? I think there's 2 stories right now. Can anybody compete with the leaders that are fishing in the inland sea? Because it looks like no. The other side of that is what we're really witnessing in this tournament, and we've seen it in other tournaments across the country, is catching the ghost fish, catching fish that are just not relating to the bottom. All they're doing is relating to bait. They're swimming around and gorging on alewife. And this is a phenomenon that obviously so many anglers, we knew for decades and decades and decades that, hey, there are massive amounts of bass out in 30 to 150 feet of water that just live their summertime chasing bait. We are seeing this tournament right now being dominated on the ghost fish.
All right, well, we will keep watching for that. There'll be more of that on the way today as our coverage continues. Ronnie, what do you got your eye on?
Oh, we're already seeing a big amount of 20-pound bags, Tommy. Basically, if you're going to be in the top 10 right now, unofficially over halfway through day 2 of this event, you've basically had to average 2 20-pound bags. So I'd expect that to grow. We're going to see guys in 15th, 16th that maybe are at 40 pounds that get left off of our camera sheet for tomorrow.
Such, our top 10 to start the day has kind of remained intact in good part, but we've had some noted exceptions to that, guys who've really zoomed up from down in the standings.
Yeah, Caleb Summerall for one. A couple guys have fallen down as Jason Christie and Matty Wong. But our AOY, now, Mr. Brandon Cobb has regained control. He's got 19 pounds. He's in our top 13 or so. But Kyle Welcher also has 19 pounds. He's only about 15 back of Cobb right now. In an AOY, Fujita's caught a little bit on Cifuentes. He's only about 10, 15 back.
Yeah, some of our big bags are coming from down below the top 10. Interesting to watch that leaderboard all day long. We take a look at what happened yesterday. The reason we weren't fishing yesterday, the weather beginning the day before, of course, on Thursday, was deteriorating. The wind from a system offshore was sending it right up, straight north, up the lake there, not the good direction. Plus, we had a big system barreling in from the west as well. It was just not a good setup, Z.
No, it was a sick situation, really starting from midday on day number 1 on Thursday, and then got real dicey yesterday morning where all of that south wind, you don't want a south or a north, but really the south is the bad direction, and we got to see that yesterday, gassing about 30 miles per hour. Great day for, I don't know, is that kite sailing dude right there, killing it out there?
Yeah.
And Tommy, let's just throw it in the midday report. I'm not big on that kite surfing deal right there. Toyota midday report.
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to start with the GDP of this situation. Getting it done in the Inland Sea. And if you did not tune in on FS1 earlier this morning, the Inland Sea has been a major player with all of your leaders coming into day number 2 after our postponement. Greg DePalma said, I'm looking for one thing, and that is bait chasers. Just off the main basin in the Inland Sea, fishing from 30 to 50 feet of water, getting it done early today. Good morning for Greg DePalma. DePalma hanging in your top 10.
21 pounds and 8 ounces yesterday for Greg DePalma. Right now he's fished unofficially at 18-13. So if he can somehow manage to duplicate what he did yesterday or even up that number, he is going to be right up there in your top 4 or 5. So Greg DePalma having his best tournament of 2023 here at a place he has done well before. Rookies in our top 10 to start the day include this man here from Roseville, California, Bryant Smith.
Oh my God. Really, Brian Smith, not very familiar with Lake Champlain, but put himself in the same region as your day 1 leader, Cody Huff, getting it done with it, basically doing the same thing. Baby Z2 on a jig head, doing a little bit of it with a jig head and also with a drop shot, concentrating from really 25 all the way out to 50 feet of water. And here's the interesting thing about a lot of your leaders is targeting, call it 1 to 5 bass, and literally chasing them for 5 to 10 minutes until one of them commits. Solid morning for your rookie, Bryant Smith.
Yeah, Bryant Smith, 22 pounds plus yesterday. A big day number 1. 3rd place in Rookie of the Year standings right here as well.
Yeah, they kind of said a characteristic of Bryant Smith was that he was a very sharp angler in his versatility. Not great at one specific thing, but great at a lot of different things. As we go over to Cody Huff, one of the best forward-facing sonar anglers, one of the best college reputations as well from Bethel University.
Exactly right. Throwing a jig head minnow and a drop shot like most of your leaders. And interesting that it started off a little bit slow for Cody Huff earlier this morning, unlike day number 1 where he had 20 pounds in the first 45 minutes. Very, very big area, sharing it with a lot of other anglers on day number 1 this tournament, but upgrading as the morning went along. The one thing we talked about on FS1 with the cloud cover, really look for this to be one of the tougher days. Going to have a lot of sunlight tomorrow where those alewife pods will come closer to the surface, drawing a lot of these wolf packs of smallmouth.
23.3 yesterday for Cody Huff. It was a little slower today, but he is over the 20-pound mark right now. And last year's Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakurat, locked in a battle for first place back and forth for most of this day.
Yeah, the problem Jay Shakurat has is the same problem that really Koya Fujita has, and that is upgrading, both with a very, very good limit in their live well right now. And it does not seem like guys like Jay Shakurit, Cody Huff, and Koya Fujita, it doesn't seem like they're going to slip up in this tournament. It's almost like who is going to outfish the other. Looking at Jay Shakurit fishing a little bit outside of the pack this morning. Jighead Baby Z2 and on a drop shot.
Yes.
Getting it done with the color is the deal and blue glimmer. Solid morning for Jay Shakurit.
A lot of people wondering, this is a preview of what's going to happen next week. Of course, he had that fantastic finish, his first elite victory last year at the St. Lawrence River, busted the century mark, and that's the man he's been back and forth with all day, Koya Fujita.
Yeah, and Tommy, as much as I want to say what he's using, I don't know.
No,
but what I think we can say, he is, we can say this without really knowing, but just watching how he works his bait, you would assume it's a jig head minnow type technique that he's using. Got to see him do a lot of that on Lake St. Clair. We do know the area he's in between those islands in the inland sea, fishing from, call it 27 all the way out to about 50 feet of water. A lot of his fish, you could tell, definitely suspended today. And it seemed like everything he set the hook on early this morning was 4 pounds or better, put on a show for all of his competition around him.
Koya Fujita now at 22.4 unofficially on the day. Just reached a point pretty good while back that it was very, very hard to upgrade because he just about maxed out what you could do with smallmouth here. Let's go out to another angler who made the top 10 yesterday. Hasn't been able to maintain that spot. That's going to be Matty Wong. See if he can get something going here in the final couple of hours of competition. We're going to sneak up on him, sort of keep your voices down.
That was your Toyota midday report.
Well, yes, it was.
There
I
we
should
go.
have said that. Thank you, Z, for completing the task.
Waiting on that.
Oh my gosh, that's a toad. I hope you guys are having a little bit of fun with me this morning. Oh wait, afternoon. Wherever you are in the world. Oh, this is, I think, my biggest one so far. Just stay on there. If we can just kind of keep chipping at this school, this is like I said, there's 40 of them down there, guys. 40. 40. Just gotta be patient. Don't jump. Don't jump. You stay down there. You stay down there. She's still green. Don't want to bring in a fresh mahi into the boat. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, come here. Oh my gosh. That one's probably gonna go 3.5. What was that last one I called? Was it number 3? That's a 3.5. I think that's the fish I needed to fish tomorrow. Oh man. Okay, number 3 and number 4 I'm gonna take a look at. Number 3 and number 4.
Second-year man Matty Wong to second-year man Alex Redwine. Great day yesterday, 1 ounce away from that 23-pound mark. was a little earlier.
We need this. We need this. He's gonna get wild again. Don't jump.
Alex Redwine and Matty Wong, Fujita, all starting in the same area as in the inland sea as so many other competitors, really in about a half to quarter mile stretch in between two islands. Kind of talk about throughout the next 90 minutes what makes that area really productive this time of year. But Redwine also said he practiced here, said the fish definitely felt the pressure late on day one, but definitely not the case this morning for Fujita. He pounded them early.
Come on, Redwine. All right, fine. Oh. We needed you. Been a while. We needed you. Still not a ginormous one, but it'll get rid of that one we got. These suckers are just so painful to get to bite. A little bit over 4. Not too bad. Call them like a 4.2. Golly, dude, it's freaking been a while. It has been a while since we have caught some fish.
Redwine trying to step it back up above the 20-pound mark there. Tough steep start to his season, but boy, he has been very, very strong the last 3 events. There we go.
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders. And really looking at this area, he kind of broke it down perfectly Thursday night after the weigh-in. 30 to 40 feet of water in between these two islands in the inland sea. Said a lot of these fish were suspended about 15 to 20 foot down. And whenever you would mark 3 or 4 of them on your forward-facing sonar, that is when you would catch one where they kind of get a little bit competitive for your bait. We heard your leader, Cody Huff, say the exact same thing. In fact, got to see it on his screen. Alex Redwine with a very solid tournament. As you guys said, he needed this event. A lot of current in between those two islands. Not a lot of history for Alex Redwine. Fished here as a co-angler back in 2018, having a really solid event this time around.
Take it back over to just left Matty Wong there.
And don't get me wrong, Tommy, it's impressive to catch over 20 pounds like a lot of these guys did in the top 20 after day one, but the big fear with that is the ability to drop so easily if you don't back it up. Catching 18 pounds today would sound great, but that's going to put you closer to 35 to 50 with a 38-pound average or two-day total than being in contention. You could fall just as easily as being the man of the show.
50th place was about 18 pounds, so double it, about 36 will be our cut, or a little bit.
I could see it going up, honestly.
Up?
Yeah, you got to overachieve all day, every day to make it to Championship Monday.
I mean, it was 19 a day to make the cut at St. Clair last year. It was 20 pounds and change to make the cut at St. Lawrence.
Yep, that one will help. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, come here. And the hook popped out. I think that's the 4 we needed. Thank you. Thank you, fish gods. You've answered my prayers. You have provided thy with thy 4-pounder. Oh, so grateful thee. Oh my gosh. oh, that's a spicy brown meatball. Oh, okay, number 4. Okay. Now let's, all right, let's.
That ain't wrong with something he was hoping for right there. Turned up for him. Still doesn't get him back up into the top 10 as of yet. Koya Fujita, the man on top, just ounces ahead, back and forth between him and Jay Shakurat all day long, really. Cody Huff, yesterday's leader, certainly keeping pace, holding serve today as well as he could. And Alex Redwine making the climb back up into the top 10 and significantly all the way to 4th place. We're going to break away and come right back.
Yes! No way! You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
Welcome back to Plattsburgh, New York, and the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. Lake Champlain, over 100 miles, looks like 120 miles long, average of 5 miles wide. For all that vastness, though, we are not using the greater proportion of that lake, not at all, not even close. It's all happening here, mostly what we've seen today in the inland sea area, which has certainly played in years past, but boy, it's kind of exclusively inland sea for some parts of our story this week.
Oh, that was so cool. That is great camera work right there from Jake Latondras.
Man, when you hook them short like that, they're nuts.
28 to 50 feet of water. A lot of these fish not far down. And one thing that Cody Huff did to lead this tournament, talked about smaller jig head minnow style baits like a baby C2 being only 2 inches.
Skinny as a rail.
Cody Huff was using a 4 to 5 inch shad style bait on day 1 of this tournament, using a lot bigger soft plastic than the rest of your leaders.
How do you feel about that, Z? Looking at forward-facing sonar and bait chasers, do you want to match the hatch perfectly, or do you want to give them a bigger target to be different than all of that bait fish when you drop it in front of their face?
The faster they move towards your bait is the one to be throwing. And there's no other way to put it, really, Ronnie, that once you see how they react, look, the biggest thing is getting them to see it. And when they do, when you know that they're tracking a little bit, if the more aggressive they are coming at your bait, you are using the right size and the right color. That's the best way to put it.
Jason Christie now fighting to make it into the cut. Whoa, good catch. After a slow morning. Caused him to go even after the largemouth for a while, which did not produce the results he wanted. It's kind of fun for us to actually see some largemouth caught.
It was. Yeah. We did for 37 seconds today.
Jason's going to find a way to get back inside that cut, I can guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
2.5.
He had 21.7 yesterday. Today he's got 9.
Good smallmouth there to add, though, as we head back over to, and has been co-leading pretty much of the day, Jay Shakura.
Tommy, I talked about this on day 1. What's really strange is you saw how calm it was with Jason Christie offshore on the New York side. It is so strange. You see tunnels of wind. I have no idea whether it comes through the mountains here. You'll see different stretches that will have wind on them, and it'll be dead flat calm a 1.5 miles west.
Mountains do affect wind. We know that.
Ronnie, I will, going back to what you're talking about, you know, a lot of these guys will have different size, different style shad type jig head, you know, minnows or drop shots. The one thing I can tell you is, though, when you're out there doing that, what I've seen, and I've been in the boat with a lot of these guys too, is the more pressured they are, the less you work the bait. You know what it's almost like you swim it through them or pendulum the bait through them. And the more subtle it is, the more they will react to it after being pressured and pounded on.
That's
From
one
Jay
thing.
Shakira, we're gonna slink back in the New York side. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, I was going to say, talking with Austin Felix 2 weeks ago in Minnesota, one huge thing he does is he upsizes to a 3/4 ounce or an ounce drop shot to get it to them as quick as possible. He doesn't care about how, like compared to what the standard 3/8 half-ounce drop shot you would see, he does it double that.
And that, Ronnie, that has been around. You know, now you're able to see how they react to it on your forward-facing sonar. But that speed of drop has, you know, that's been around a long time. It just hasn't been utilized by a lot of anglers.
Jason Christie's going to cull out that poor 3-pound largemouth today and drop him off in 55 feet of water somewhere, and that fish is going to be lost for eternity out there.
Jason Christie making up for lost time there. Oh boy.
Wow.
Wow. That is the juice.
Gosh. Just all nice ones. Okay, big ones.
And Tommy, that right there shows it's something we talked about on FS1. The guys in the inland sea are not going to run out of 3.5
Dude, this
pounds.
place is insane. Yeah, this lake is a ball. Absolute ball. Man, that one looks pretty good.
Look at that.
You see the alewife right there?
The top one. Thought I hit him good there, but I did not. Should.
Gosh, look at the school to the bottom left.
That is a rodeo down there.
That's a...
Come on, big girl. Come on. Gosh, darn.
What, you see the one that's kicking that higher return top? Wow, look at that.
all them smallmouth.
Wow.
Boy, it would suck to be an alewife right there.
Man, that is death from below right
Really?
there.
They're
Absolutely.
praying they bite his bait, not them.
Maybe we throw a big bait on them and get a big fish to come and eat it.
Jason Christie saw him put 2 smallmouth in the boat here in the last 10 minutes.
That is That is good stuff from Cody and Latondras right there. That is the entire story of this tournament.
Tommy, you don't mind fishing for largemouth when you're getting a bite here and there if they're 3.5 to 4.5 pounders, but when you can go and drop 5, 6 casts in a row and catch the same sized fish as you're catching up shallow, I don't know why you would do a largemouth game.
Yeah,
you know?
that's right. That's a good point.
I think Seth Fighter and others have said when you used to be able to catch a bag of smallmouth and go fishing for largemouth for an hour and have a good chance to catch a 5-pounder, you go do that. Now it seems like you have to fish 4 of your 8 hours if you want to catch a 5-pounder. You have to spend half of your day doing it just to get a big bite, possibly.
2 1/4.
2 1/4?
There's one big one.
Well, we had a little bit of a lull in the action on day one back on Thursday this time of day. That is not the case.
Oh, no.
And one other thing is to definitely watch is with high skies tomorrow and definitely lighter winds than we got to see on day one. Tomorrow ought to be just as much of a beatdown as we're seeing today.
Come on, I need you. Yeah, it is. Definitely a coal anyways.
Atkins has been fishing a lot closer to the grass line where the deep water, 20 to 30 foot water would cut into that cabbage off of that island. Not quite as offshore as a lot of other anglers.
Some good stuff there. A lot of fish catching we just witnessed in that short period of time, that short burst there. Cody Huff, though, Jay Shakurik, and Puya Fujita still holding down the top 3 spots. Alex Redwine has moved back up. Started the day in second place. Bryant Smith just solid as a rock today. Ditto Greg DePalma. Justin Atkins, good one there. That improves his position also. Summerall, Robertson, Mueller to round out the top 10.
Yeah! No way! You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
102 anglers fishing the second day of competition here on Lake Champlain, the next to last event of the year, the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite. They're still out there working as hard as they can because it's a moment of reckoning at the weigh-in at 3 o'clock today Eastern Time. You're either going to be in the top 50 or you're not. If you're not, you're on your way up to Clayton, New York to get ready for the next tournament. And there's your 50 mark right there. KJ Queen, last man in, right below. Look at that, Wendling. Mendez, Hackney, some big names in there. Jason Christie was down there where Greg Hackney is a little while ago. He's fished his way back inside. Probably needs to pad that a little bit more.
It's every single cut line is important, Tommy, but it's ultra important as we get down to just 2 more guaranteed days for the full field for the rest of this season. People for requalification staying in that top 70 in the Angler of the Year points to be 100% safe. Some of those guys who are needing to be fishing more days, that 50 cut's going to be important today.
This is her. Patrick Walters, we haven't checked in with him for a while.
Oh, he has done a lot of work with the jerkbait today. And he is in that same area that we saw Fujita. And here's the thing that's strange about that area, at least today, Tommy, and day one of this tournament, is there's a lot of guys that have caught them really well there. And there's some guys that have bombed within sight of your leaders. When I say bombed, I'm talking like scratching to catch a limit next to some of the leaders. That is a big one.
It's going to be hard to bring that way. Yeah, how am I going to bring this one in?
18.4.
I'll do it like that. Just a little belly. Just a little bit in the belly.
Oh, that's dangerous right there.
I like catching them jerking. All right, come on, be what I need you to be. She thick.
Now we belly.
She'll go. She'll go. And I really want to reweigh that whole side. Let's go, baby. That water's ice cold. Like it's almost like I.
DH Marine Weather Watch. Semi-final Sunday is tomorrow. Warmer, high of 84 degrees, big warm up. As you say, sunnier skies, perfect conditions for smallmouth catching, right?
I think that should definitely set up, get a lot of the alewife pods that we've been seeing on camera on the screens today, a lot more elevated towards the surface, even though it's been, if you really look at day one compared to today, even though we've had a lot of cloud cover, they have definitely caught them. Looking at Championship Monday, kind of similar to today. The only difference, though, is we are going to have a north wind, which should push a little bit against that current. A lot of the current in this lake actually goes from south to north, so kind of very similar on Championship Monday as today, except a little bit of shift in that wind direction. That was your TH Marine Weather Watch.
That's a 4.5 pounder from Walters, the 14th of the day. We have not seen a 5 pounder. Yesterday we saw 2 secured at Laughlin.
There's a lot of 4.8s today.
And guess who has most of them? Yo-Yo Fujita has 4 of them.
Yeah.
How big he is.
Patrick in 8th place, as you can see. Good year for him points-wise, yet again.
God, he might be decent. I never got a good look at him. I'm not turning him, really. I don't know how good he's hooked yet. I hadn't seen the plug.
Patrick Walters, his AOI finishes, you're talking about that, Tommy. 16th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and currently in the top 10 once again this year. So not too shabby.
That's strong.
His first year he was leading AOI and ROI before he went north.
Honestly, he's been a real disappointment the last few years. He's gone from 3rd to 4th to 5th in AOI, so he's kind of a little bit of a decline if we're talking about his ability as he's getting closer to 30.
Got to nip that in the bud.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, 4 wins. How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? We got Mark Menendez. Needed a good day after 14 pounds yesterday. 4 pound, 8 ounce, our 15th of the day.
That one.
Maybe the guys are just rounding
down to that.
Yeah, that might be a green 4.5 pounder too, based on where he's been all day.
He's almost a 70
I
pounds
agree
on
with
just,
that.
just inside the cut, 49th right now. A lot of guys off Bass Track, though, who are scary. Several with like 12 over 18 pounds.
Yeah, it's still working
Bass
some
Track.
freaking.
They'll end up being 20 by the end of the day, probably.
Where'd that sucker go?
And right
Sounds like a
now
pretty
it
good
waits.
blow up.
It's
Yeah,
looking
I got the
at our
backup in my pocket, yeah.
GPS. 10 out of your top 12 fishing in the inland sea this time around.
Gross.
That's the one we're looking for, I believe. Ain't that big. Yeah, maybe he is. Yeah, he's that big. Alrighty. Let's see. Problem is now. Yeah.
Justin Atkins been using a Berkeley flatworm on a little underspin style bait. Real subtle, not a lot of action to it. From there, gonna go not too far where it's raining with Jay Shakura.
4-pounder.
Shakura got his first elite win as a rookie last year. Has 2 other wins and opens, one of them, wouldn't you know it, at Grand Lake.
Chasing us a little white bass. Oh, you got it. Can't they all get it like that? I was wondering because they were like, didn't look that big.
Tommy, you know, we've always said Chad Pipkins was one of the happiest people on the Elite Series. Ronnie, wouldn't you say so, Chad Pipkins?
Yeah, optimistic, positive, yeah.
I gotta tell you, Jay Shakura is a happy dude. He really is.
He was just so quiet last year, you couldn't tell. But you said you took him fishing, and he's very chatty.
This is no joke. We taped a show on Lake Huron. And Tommy, he literally did not say, and we're cracking on him. I mean, hammering him. He probably didn't say 20 words throughout the day and sat down and gave one of the best interviews I've seen in a decade. Like, where has this been? Oh, good dude. Really good dude.
Of course, everyone looking for him to perform big time. The place where he cracked a 100-pound mark on smallmouth last year. Next stop, the St. Lawrence River, but we also felt it was worth our while to listen to his preview of this place, Lake Champlain.
What the smallmouth do on Lake Champlain, in my opinion, there's a lot of different types of bait that they chase out here. I don't know exactly what the forage is, but it's like 2 inches long, most of it, and they just move. I mean, I found a school in practice. I thought it was the winning school, and I tried to relocate it for a couple hours and never did find them again. The smallies just go wherever they want to go is my best way to put it. You know, during tournament day, you have to find them that day. You can't find them the day before because chances of them being there are probably about 0. So that's what the smallmouth do out here. They just move around, eat bait. It's not like the Great Lakes. This place is a lot different than fishing like the St. Lawrence River or on Lake Ontario or by my house in Sturgeon Bay. It's a lot different. This place, in my opinion, sets up a lot similar to Lake Oahe, which we visited last year. That's a pig. Look at the belly on that.
Yeah! No way! You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
Our day 2 action continues, getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. The reckoning there will be top 50 only. We'll continue on until semifinal Sunday. That's tomorrow. We'll have the full coverage for you, 7 hours of it. Let's get out to the man who holds the record for the biggest winning margin in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, Patrick Walters.
He is about the only one that has made that jerkbait work in the inland sea, because right where he's at, that 300-yard stretch has been throttled today.
How big he is. He might be decent. I never got a good look at him. I'm not turning him really. I don't know how good he's hooked yet. I hadn't seen him plug. He's not huge.
Fujita, our leader.
And this is really the first time today we have seen Fujita leave where he did all of his damage this morning.
Walters and Wong getting back in our top 10. Caleb Summerall's the only one who didn't start the day in top 10. And he came from 37 to 20 pounds, 10 ounces.
Well, raining out where Kyoya is right now. Let's check in where Davy Height is. Right, it looks a little bit nicer there, Davy Height. No rain coming down. And a little bit of light on your face there. It's dark at some points out there. Hey, what do you make of today's proceedings? I mean, it got slow yesterday when that wind picked up, but it is just, I mean, it's just been going on and on.
It really did, and the wind is just now starting to pick up again. I hope it doesn't get too bumpy for those guys coming in, but it has been slick all day long, like you mentioned, Tommy, and I think it's helped the fish catching. You know, it's a different world we live in. Everything changes so much no matter what you're doing, and, you know, in fishing especially. And the forward-facing sonar has certainly been the story here this week, and I think when the wind got up the first day of the event, those transducers going up and down, in and out of the water made it very, very difficult for those anglers to be able to locate these fish. It's really amazing. Z, you fished here many, many years. Back in the 90s, we were both fishing here, and these fish move, and we knew that they move a lot, but it's amazing. They move even more than I thought. But with the forward-facing sonar, if you can keep that transducer in the water and keep moving, you can run into those bigger schools of fish, and these guys are doing a great job at it.
Davey, not to say, this is hard to put into words, but we thought we knew a lot about bass in general, spotted bass, largemouth, and small largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass. The thing that we're seeing, and I've done a lot of content, you and I have texted back and forth, in clearer bodies of water, and even stained and dirty ones for that matter, bass suspend a heck of a lot more than we ever imagined, and we're starting to see massive populations do that in these lakes.
Yeah, and the time of year there, again, we've talked about it. We've been texting today about it. It's that time of year where we knew, even, you know, decades ago, we knew these fish group up in big schools and they move with the bait. But when I thought big schools back in the day, you know, when I was a lot of guessing, really, I thought it might be 20 and 30 fish in these schools. But you're hearing a lot of these anglers, or not a lot of them, but some of the anglers saying, man, I saw schools of 70 to 100 smallmouth bass. And here's the other thing. I think we've all been fooled a little bit about how many crawfish, crayfish these smallmouth bass eat, because that's the thing you see in your live well, but it takes so long for them to digest those claws and those shells. So they may have eaten that crawfish a week ago and still trying to digest it. These fish eat so much bait. It is unbelievable. And they get up off the bottom. They're obviously not looking for crawfish. They get up off the bottom this time of year and they feed up for the winter. And they're doing most of it on alewives, on perch, on whatever bait fish is available. Probably, like you said, more than anyone thought was fishing tournaments the last few decades.
Davey, we can kind of, we talked to a lot of local anglers. Tom LeVictor, who has dominated down at Ticonderoga back in the day and still fishes down there a lot. There's been massive stringers caught down. Like, there's been 23 to 26 pound bags caught in the last month and a half. If Ronnie talked about this on FS1, if you're sitting down, if you're mired down in 30th or 40th or 50th place going into tomorrow, do you just say, the heck with it, I'm going to go throw a frog all day? Or do you have to just compete with these heavier than average smallmouth?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's some anglers like a Greg Hackney. You know, Jason Chrissy has really done well this afternoon, got back up there. But there's some guys that you and I both know that may do that if they're down there in the 40s or, you know, upper 30s, something like that. But it's just so hard because back in the day, that 60 or 70 mile run, hey, and I got a good chance to go catch 20 to 25 pounds. And like you say, even, you know, a great day down there could be 26, 27 pounds. It's just hard to think, man, I've got to run 70 miles when I can go over to the inland sea or maybe just stay on the New York side and have a great chance to catch 20 to 22 pounds. That run just doesn't seem like it's worth it. And then the anglers that have tried to largemouth fish here in this area, it seems like, you know, catch a lot of 2, a lot of 3 pounders, but you cannot compete with those size largemouth anymore.
Can you recall any tournament in your lifetime of knowing this lake, any tournament that zero anglers ran to tie? And did you talk to anybody that even practiced there?
So the first question, no, I cannot remember a tournament here on Lake Champlain that someone didn't at least become a factor for a day or two. Maybe kind of fizzled out after a few days, especially as you know, Z, there's a lot of local tournaments down there. Maybe go down there and fish the first day or two, and then on Saturday you maybe don't go down there because there could be a local tournament putting in there that's going to be fishing that area. But I did talk, I guess I talked to David Gaston, was one of the anglers, who said, man, I had to run down there the third day of practice, but he only spent 2 hours, and he said I caught 3-pounders. And you know there's way too much water, way too much vegetation to go that far and only spend 2 hours.
Davey, thank you so much. Thanks for staying on top of it for us. Davey will be here tomorrow with our coverage. Also, Championship Monday as well. We look forward to all of that.
And actually what we love to do on semifinal Sundays, we get pictures of all the baits that are being used, and I challenge Davey to get pictures of this man's baits that he's actually using out on the water, because I don't feel like we're gonna get them, and I don't feel like Davey can produce.
Well, let's hope for a different result than that. We want to see what's getting the job done. The man who's leading the tournament, Koya Fujita.
He has done fantastic. He is fun to watch.
Phenomenon.
And the scary thing is, Tommy, he is starting to show us that he has fish in other areas of the inland sea.
Brian Schmidt up to 12th place, got a nice 4-pounder. He's up to 18 1/4.
There we go.
Kyle Welcher is only 10 spots back of Brandon Cobb right now. He landed a 4+. He's over 19 1/2.
Reeling him back in?
Yeah.
And that's the thing, though. I will say this, and not all the Kyle Welcher fans are going to be mad at this, but this is just the real statement of it, is being below that 18-pound mark at 17 and change after yesterday, you're below that. That 19 pounds sounds great. He might be 20th in the tournament right now. There are a lot of people not on Bass Track. That will get him more to 50th or 40th than it will be in the top 25.
But he needs to make that time to go tomorrow.
Has to do it tomorrow as well.
All right. We'll keep our eye on that. We remind you again, the weigh-in coming, crucial weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock today right here on Bassmaster.com. Fujita on top still, a couple of ounces ahead of Jay Shakur at those two, neck and neck. Cody Huff as well. Justin Atkins now moving steadily up that leaderboard there. He's been working very hard to try to get the bigger fish in, and so he has. We'll be back with more.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Day 2 action, full field in action, and a big weigh-in on the way at 3 p.m. Eastern Time today, right here on Bassmaster.com. You make the top 50 today, you increase by 33% the number of guaranteed hours you get to fish this year. So it's a pretty big deal. Making that top 50, these guys are striving so hard out there to get that job done. On the hot seat, of course, there he is, Koya Fujita. We will see what happens. Very youthful.
Yeti hot seat is Yeti hot seat is yet again dripping hot. It is awesome seeing the old railroad trestle on the north end of Champlain. Been a lot of bass caught there. Back into the inland sea with Matty Wong, Bassmaster Live.
What was that? Mini meatballs, dude. Mini spicy meatballs. Why don't we just catch a whole bunch of mini spicies? Oh, medium spicy. Got a graveyard of rods right now. Will she help? come on out to beautiful New York. The weather's just great. The smallmouth are amazing. Oh my gosh, look at this. The sun is just shining. It's gorgeous. I feel like I'm going crazy. Whenever the smallmouth want to start biting, the weather just opens up and the heavens give us a lovely shower.
What's he doing, Fran Drescher? Who's he doing?
Phyllis Diller? I don't know.
He calls, man. That'd be sweet. But again, just trying to just relax. Be chill. Be chill, honey bunny. Be chill. No, it's not a big one. Still wear though. You never know.
Smallest limit among our
still
top
got
10,
like
17.5 pounds.
315 we can get rid of. Oh, baby Cole? No, nope. Number 2.
Next smallest bag in our top 20 is Joey Cifuentes, who started 25 ahead of Fujita. He's 19th, so that race has tightened up considerably for Rookie of the Year.
Such, from what I heard, we asked you to get with Fujita, and you got with Sego instead. So your task is still to get with Fujita, since you're covering him heavily in the Rookie of the Year.
Sego was like, he's across the hotel here. I'm going to go over there. If he gives me anything, I'll call you back. He said he doesn't even let me take pictures of his. Very secretive. He didn't want the Japanese anglers over there to know, but I guess, I don't know if the guys here could even get the stuff he's got.
What did Sego tell you?
He said, don't bother.
Said, mind your own business.
Yeah.
Yeah. In layman's terms.
He told me he spent some time with Marizo when he visited Japan, and Marizo would love to get back here, except he didn't know if he could compete against all these forward-facing sonar experts.
Well.
Also gave me some news on Taku, who had some arm issues and has retooled. He's fishing left-handed now.
Really?
The first season, yeah, he was looking. He's got physical therapy on his arm, almost, I don't know how often.
Wow.
But we're going to check to see if he's fishing all left-handed now. He changes reels and cast and hook sets. Maybe that's why he had a slow start to the year.
Just come in the boat. Just come in the boat. Oh, he's hooked there.
It's Alex's last keeper, but boy, that's a good one.
That's what we needed. Let's go, dude. If any of the boys are watching right now, this one's for you. Oh, come on. This is a freaking tubby. Dude, it's a 5-pounder. Come on with it. Freaking 5-pounder, dude. Lake Champlain. Oh, it's been a little bit of a day so far. Golly, just straight meat. 5-pounder, right in the bucket. Oh, now we gotta do some calling. Oh, which one is it? This might be a while.
Wow.
This is a skinny one, but I don't think.
Other than Jay Shakur's 5'4" on day one, that might be one of the biggest smallmouth of the week.
Yeah, if he culled 1 3/4 pounds, Bass Track had him 1 pound 10 ounces down to Fujita, so he may be leading by 2 ounces here in a
This is gonna be a
second.
while. I got no idea which one the smallest is. I feel like there's like a 3.5 or 3.5 somewhere.
Oh, indeed, friendo. Alex Redwine. Haven't had him on Bassmaster Live all that much, but getting it done in a big way. Day number 1 here and doing the same thing, fishing the same general area as Kiyoya Fujita. And we heard about big monster late day calls from his roommate, Jay Shakurit, on day 1. Well, Alex Redwine getting one of those in the boat here. One of the biggest ones we've seen on, fair to say, I think it is the biggest one we've seen on camera this tournament. Good one right there for Alex Redwine. Power pole replay of the day. Well, that is a good one. That will be a healthy call.
Well, we just caught a
Again.
5, and I got a handful of them that are like 380s. So we're just trying to double check, make sure we're calling the right one, just because we're all kind of close. It's been an interesting day so far. Not a lot of fish catches, and then a few missed opportunities. So yeah, I guess blue goes, and then greens. So, been an interesting day for sure, definitely a little stressful. Luckily we got a long day, and I think this is the one I'm calling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we replaced a 380 with a 5-pounder. So, things are going our way so far. We could still call out another 380, that would help a lot, but pretty pleased with how today's going so far. I got a later check-in. A lot of days left still, got a good hour or so, and yeah, we're just gonna keep plucking away. I mean, another 4.5 pounder, that's gonna be a big upgrade, and yeah, Lake Champlain, here we are. They're definitely acting a little bit. Are they still going? Definitely acting a little bit better now than they were this morning. I'm not sure if it just calmed down a little bit. It's kind of slicked off, but they're just kind of committing a little bit better and sitting a little bit more higher in the water column. But yeah, feels good. Like I said, it's been stressful. We had like 17 pounds for a while, and I think that got us above 20. So just gonna keep bopping around, and another like 4.5 would be pretty nice, a lot more comfortable. So far so good, but it ain't been easy.
It's a witching hour. Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert. Mark Menendez.
Again?
With his own 5-pounder. Yeah, he caught a 4.8 about 30 minutes ago. Now he put a 5-pounder in the boat. He's got 19 1/4, up from 77th to about 37th right now.
I think those are all largemouth. From just looking at where he has fished all day, it is not smallmouth areas.
Boy, he's got a 212 in his 5-fish limit. He could really have a couple 3.5 pounders, the 4.8 and the 5.0.
Well, hats off to Alex Redwine. It got a bit of a slow start compared to his rate yesterday, but he has brought it back, and that one there.
It was like 50.
He had another 20-pound bag added to the pile.
See, it doesn't even matter about bait when you get around that many of them. I don't know how big this one is. I haven't seen him. Felt decent when I set into him. It was so many.
In that area, you see Patrick Walters and Alex Redwine very, very close to where Patrick is right there. Kind of 28 all the way out to 40 feet of water. Most of these fish have been about 20 feet down.
He's not a hammer, but Sucker got it too. That was a lot of them. I think it's gonna be 312 or something. 314.
Well, our first flighters are starting to think in terms of, I'm on my way. Maybe I need to be on my way fairly soon here. But the others going to fish for a longer. We talked about Alex Redwine. He just said, I got another hour of fishing time left, so plenty more yet to be done on that front. But the weigh-in, again, I remind you, starts at 3 p.m., promptly 3 p.m. Eastern Time there. Plattsburgh, New York, Fujita, Shakura on top as it stands right now. And we'll be back with more after this.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by
Dakota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats,
Progressive Insurance,
and by
Rapala.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Wanted to start it off at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. As we're winding down day 2 of competition, I always like to look back at past events and how it compares to the past times we've been at Lake Champlain. When it comes to the top spot, the eventual winner of the tournament, this is how it stacks up. The 5 previous events. 2006, Denny Brower was second place after 2 days of competition, ended up winning that event. The only day he led was the final day. Timmy Horton took over the lead in 2007 on day 2, held it from there on the rest of the week. 2017, that was our 3-day event that we had. Aaron Martins was actually 14th after day 1, dropped all the way back to 19th, and then came from 19th to 1st on that shortened event to win on the final day. Had a giant bag, really severely underestimated on Bass Track, but like Such was talking about, we figured it out by the end of the day, and he wins from 19th place. An anomaly. We'll probably never have 50 anglers fishing a championship final day again. Then we get to 2020. Brandon Polinick was 11th place after 2 days of competition, was able to storm into the top 10 and then jump up once again on the final day to win. And then 2021, Brian Schmidt. So odds on saying, other than these random 2 years in there, we will see our eventual winner at Lake Champlain either in the top spot or runner-up position after day 2 weigh-in today. Hey, depending on how many 40-pound bags we see after 2 days of competition, there could be a lot more guys in there in the hunt for sure this week. Go out to Jason Christie Live. I was also looking back at not only the leaders, Tommy, of each event, after day 2 of competition. I looked at what the weights were, how many 20-pound averages we had after 2 days. We had 9 total people in the past 5 elites here that had 40 pounds after 2 days of competition. Only 9 total people of the 5 events. We'll probably have 9 anglers over 40 pounds just this week for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think you're right there. Brian Schmidt.
7 already.
Smith. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, big. You be a 4-pounder, don't be a 3-pounder. I didn't get a good look at it when it jumped. It's not a 2-pounder. He thinks he's big. He might not. Come here.
Upgrade for Atkins, Walters, then we'll promo on Thunder just now.
We had some questions online about the requalification that we're talking about. You know,
Yes.
the Bassmaster Elite Series is why we wind down this event in a few days, and then we have our final event next week. If you look at the Angler of the Year race, if you look at 70th and above, they're completely safe. If you finish 70th or above, you are completely safe for next year, no matter how poor or good your finishes have been in AOI the past few years. Once you get below that 70th mark, you'll have to rely on your career average. Unless you're a first-year angler, like we'll have 4 or 5 rookies that are probably down there, they're safe for the year. Everyone else will have to deal with their complete average, and we'll probably, it's in theory, we will have about a dozen to 14 anglers of our 104 starting field. We're at 102 right now. Of the 104 starting field, we have to get down to 90 before we invite 10 guys in from the Opens and Nation, and then we'll have legends, medical exemptions all added to the 100 angler field afterwards. So think about a dozen guys below that mark that'll be at risk compared to the other 20 who have better averages than them.
Pressure's on for them.
So there's some guys this week on
anglers, for
camera
sure.
who are keeping
Yeah.
themselves in the hunt, some who are making up ground that they need to do it again next week too.
Just slide him in. Slide him in, baby.
Boy, they have pretty much bit all day long today on camera.
No real lulls at all.
Which, Tommy, it does go to. I brought this up on FS1. These guys in the Inland Sea are not going to slow down. It is not going to happen.
There's a supply chain that's working.
Yes. There are not hundreds to be caught. There are thousands from that bridge when you come through the gut up for about 5 miles. That has been the major player so far this tournament.
Special place. Patrick Walters, see if he can get one more upgrade in.
How about that?
Well, that's a
Calm
coin
down.
flip.
Yep. Blue.
Tommy, I'm watching him with
Where's
that
my
jerkbait.
smallest?
Was pretty incredible today, but I'm going to tell you, he's going to get one in the hand.
I've watched you cringing all day long, man. It's like, and who wouldn't? He's been all over those things today. Well, that's going to wrap it up. Remember?
Fun day.
Yes, fun day, fish catching day. What a great place. We go to all the best smallmouth places. We got the weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. It will begin promptly at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And tomorrow, our coverage begins on FS1, just as it did today at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Follow up with more coverage on live mix and more on Bassmaster.com. So a full 7 hours of it for you again tomorrow. Semifinal Sunday. We'll see you at 8 a.m. FS1.